Okay.
Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. I'm ready to proceed. Good morning, Professor. My name is Phyllis Foster, and we are appearing on behalf of 4 of the deceased families. And the 4 deceased that we are specifically dealing with is the patients that you referred to of the 13 that was not included in your analysis regarding the internal shifts. So 4 of the family that we represent forms 4 of that were included in the 13 deaths that you spoke of yesterday. Right. My lady, I will just in summary then tell the court what my cross-examination will consist of. Firstly, regarding a statement made to the South African Police Service. And secondly, I will just address all 4 of those specific individuals, a summary of their circumstances, and ask an opinion from the professor. So that is what my cross-examination will relate to.
All right, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, we know that people of interest in this matter suffered very little professional prejudice as a result of what happened with the death of these 141 patients that you referred to. What I wanted to know, was there any professional prejudice suffered by you as a result? Because you were kind of the whistleblower. If it was not, you were the one who said, there's trouble, look out. Am I correct in my assumption or
Yes,
not?
but I did not, I'm not sure what you mean actually by professional prejudice. But
So
I continued in my employment, and
So-
actually I continued to work with my employers, my directorate and other people on the ground as well
there was
in
no
my
impact
district.
on your career?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, the evidence that you provided, I have to thank you, and my clients would like to thank you for all your efforts that you have put into your testimony. I want to know, have you ever been approached by the South African Police Service to provide them with a statement in this matter?
No.
Never.
No, by the SIU, by the Special Investigating Unit, yes, but not the normal police service.
And have you had any consultations with the National Prosecuting Authority, a prosecutor that consulted with you regarding this matter?
No.
So you were never approached by the South African Police Service, and you were never approached by the National Prosecuting Authority?
No.
Now, similar circumstances of treatment and care as you have described in your of the cases that you've analysed, I just want to provide you with a summary of the 4 deceased persons that we represent and get your views on their cause of death. Is that in order?
Yes.
Just your opinion. Now, the first client we represent is Jaco Stols. Now, Jaco Stols was born on the 6th of November, 1965. He suffered severe brain damage during childbirth. And he had the mental capacity of a 9-year-old at the time of his death. He was at CCRC for 18 years. And with this move, he was transferred to Siabadinga in May 2016. And at that stage, according to the evidence of his sister, he weighed 65 kilograms. His sister testified, and she said he was very happy. There was no troubles for the whole of the 18 years that he was at CCRC. He was transferred to Siabadinga, and his condition deteriorated in 1 month from June 2016. His condition deteriorated. And then Siabadinga closed on the 12th of July 2016, and he went back to CCRC, where he subsequently passed away on the 14th of October 2016. But the reason why I provide you with this summary is in between in September, his sister took him to a doctor, to the house doctor, Dr. Lombard. And at that stage, he weighed 35 kilograms. And the doctor prescribed, or said that his condition, Dr. Lombard also testified, he said that he was severely dehydrated, underfed. He had epilepsy as well as a condition, and he was on low blood sugar, and he was anemic, and his eyes was yellow. And the when he had to be transferred in a wheelchair, he was so weak. So from a patient that could dress himself, he could eat, he only had the mental capacity of a 9-year-old, but he could manage on his own. And at the time of his death, from May to October, he lost about 30 kilograms and was in a wheelchair. Now, the second deceased that I want to refer you to is Jabulani Mhlongo. He also suffered from epilepsy. He was at CCRC for 8 years. Also, his mother provided a statement that he has suffered from asthma, epilepsy, and then he had the severe mental, he was mentally incapacitated, and he was admitted at CCRC in 2008, transferred to Siabadinga on the 27th, in May 2016. He hasn't received epileptic medicine for almost a month. So from the 26th of, from the 9th of May up until the 26th of June, he did not receive any medication for his epilepsy. And he died in Mamelodi on the 27th of June.
Just hold it there. Yes, Ms. Asim.
My lady, I'm sorry to interrupt my colleague, but my colleague is putting a lot of facts and information to the witness without a question. And I imagine that at some point it will come, but it's a lot of information.
It's a lot, yes, I've got a problem. Can't you take these patients individually, perhaps, just to avoid, I don't know, but you just have your own way of doing it, because it's going to be too much for the witness.
But lady, I see that the witness take note. I'm not going to ask her any questions regarding the specific facts. I want to compare what her evidence yesterday was and take all 4 of my deceased persons to see if it can include in the information that she refused, and to take an analogy to the analysis that she did during her investigation. So, Professor,
just a second, Ms. Asim, are you happy with that?
My lady, we'll see where it goes.
Okay,
if there's a need for me to intervene again, I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. Professor, do you want me to rather put my question every time after every single deceased, or do you know where I'm coming from?
No.
Or are you following?
I'm following it. Okay,
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. All right. So he then, after being sent to or transferred to Siabadinga, within 2 months, he passed away due to epileptic fits at Mamelodi Hospital. The third client that I want to refer to is, so just in summary then, Mr. Stolz died dehydration, severe malnutrition, and low blood sugar. Mr. Mhlongo was regarding his epilepsy, that he did not receive his medication. The third deceased is David Mpofu. Now, his grandmother made a statement to it that he was born in 1995, admitted to CCRC in 2011. He was there for 5 years. And during those 5 years, his health condition was very good. He was transferred on the 9th of May to Siabadinga, and he died on the 3rd of August. And the cause of death was also provided as pneumonia. And then lastly is Mr. Monyane, or severe mental illness. He was admitted to CCRC in 1990, so he was there for 26 years at CCRC. Transferred to Siabadinga in May 2016. He had pneumonia, and he passed away in December 2016, on October 2016, I apologize, on the 12th of October. So after being in CCRC for 26 years, transferred to Siyabeninga, 5 months later, he passed away of pneumonia. Now, if we take these 4 categories of disease that I've just described to you, and we go to page number 37857. I want to refer you to just the graph at the bottom of that page.
Sorry,
Yeah, maybe
37857 has a table at the bottom.
I'm specifically referring to the patients that passed away of pneumonia, the graph that you'd made. But just go one down. Maybe I've got the page number one. Oh, just one down. I apologize. I've looked at the wrong page. It's 37858. So it's just.
So the bar chart of causes of death, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. So the causes of death there on that specific graph, is it correct that pneumonia male was 8 that in your analysis that passed away of pneumonia?
Yes.
Okay, and then uncontrolled was 7. Will the category of epilepsy fall under?
That's meant to be uncontrolled seizures.
Yeah, so
that's
like epilepsy.
Yes.
And then dehydration, there was 3.
Yes.
So all of those are the same causes of death that occurred in the 4 diseases that I represent. Do you agree? Yes. Thank you very much. Now, you testified yesterday that the problem with these mental health care users is that they cannot verbalize what's wrong with them. They cannot.
Well, there may be difficulties in expressing their needs.
Yeah.
So they are dependent on carers to understand, to allow time and to try and understand. So
now, regarding these 4 cases that I've just described to you, what in your opinion can be a cause of death?
So I think we had, I mean, it's obvious as you have
just
said.
Just a second. Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Pihlela.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm going to object to that last line of question because it calls for speculation. This witness has not dealt with.
Can the witness step aside, please? Yes.
She has not dealt with these patients. She has not examined them. She can't speculate on the causes of death. I mean, we've got autopsies for that. If there are no autopsies, then there are no autopsies. But this witness cannot make that assessment with the limited she was given. May it please you, my lady.
Ms. Foster?
Lady, it's very interesting that the opinion can only be admissible in certain circumstances, but in other matters not. Dr. Robinson was called as an expert opinion to investigate and analyze the transfer of the life Esidimeni patients. She referred to a report, and her opinion is based on the facts that she was provided with. So she's an expert. So her conclusion is based on an expertise. So I went through 4 cases that were similar to the cases that she analyzed and drafted a report for the ombudsman. And now I just ask her expert opinion to assist the court. I don't say it's a fact. The court must make that finding at the end of the day. I'm asking her expert opinion regarding the facts that I placed before her and if it corresponds with the analysis that she did in her previous investigation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asim. And I see, is it Mr. van Bergen? Who else again? I see there are 2. Mr. Pihlela, can you just lower your hand, please? Ms. Asim, followed by Mr. van Bergen. Am I correct, Mr. van Bergen? I see your hand is down now.
My lady, I'd like Mr. van Bergen to go first.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, my
Yes.
lady. Yes, my hand was up. I took it down when your ladyship acknowledged it being up. My lady, I have sympathy for both Ms. Foster and Mr. Pishlela in this situation. I can understand why Ms. Foster would wish an expert such as Professor Robertson to express an opinion on cause of death. So I don't have a problem with her exploring that line. My difficulty is, and there I align myself with Mr. Pishlela, is I think it is unfair on the witness to be expected to give an opinion on a summary of evidence. I would submit that if Professor Robertson is required to give an opinion, then she must be given access to the case dockets of each of those deceased users so that she can...
Because, just a second, in this instance, her evidence is that she didn't see the dockets of those patients. Am I correct?
That's how I understand it, but Ms. Hanson can perhaps just clarify
yes,
that.
Yes, I think, yeah, and she can clarify that, yes.
And my lady, there are nuances involved in exploring what happened with the patient. Your ladyship may recall that there was, I think it was Jaco Stolz, that I explored with Dr. Lombard, his course in hospital after admission. And that is a very important aspect. There may have been a novus actus.
Yes, I remember that.
As I said, I understand why Ms. Foster wishes to explore this, but I submit it should be done in fairness to the witness, expert, yes, with all the information available, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Asim? Mr. Late? Is he there? Yes, Ms. Asim, you can go first.
Thank you, my lady. My concern is similar to that raised by Mr. van Bergen. The facts that are being put to the witness are a summary of what Ms. Foster thinks are the relevant facts.
Correct.
Right, for the witness to be able to respond to. But there's more information in the dockets relating to the circumstances of death that may or may not change Professor Robertson's opinion. And so, one, it is unfair to the witness. Two, I don't think it assists the court in that event because she hasn't seen all the information.
But at least, can you verify what I asked to say that isn't it her evidence, if I remember well, was that those that were at RC who gave way for the patients of life Esidimeni. Those are the dockets. The investigation didn't concentrate on those.
That's
so
correct.
Chances are she couldn't have seen their information, whatever docket or whatever that was provided. She could not have had sight of it.
She has not had sight of it. I can confirm that, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Foster, if you can.
My lady, I think that everybody is missing the point. I'm not asking Professor Robertson to make a finding. I'm asking her to take an analogy of the evidence that was presented to her. The case dockets and the evidence and the facts that I did put to her is on case lines. I'm not thinking that's out of my thumb. It's the case dockets that's before this court. All I'm asking is on the analogy that she drafted with the analysis she did during her investigation. She found that causes of death related to pneumonia, to dehydration, to uncontrollable fits, and that fits in with what happened to the deceased person that she was not given the mandate. So how is that not relevant to this court? This court must determine at the end of the day if the patients that was innocent bystanders by being transferred to other NGOs to make way for life Esidimeni, just because a mandate did not include that, does not provide me not the opportunity to ask her to draw an analogy because of the information that she did have and the 4 people that I represent. They are not less important than the patients that died at Life.
Ms. Foster, you can go ahead. I understand your
Thank you
question,
very
and
much.
it doesn't mean that whatever we're saying, we rely on the facts. You
Yeah.
may go ahead, but
Thank
there
you.
is a concern, and the
I
court has
agree.
noted that.
I agree.
Yes.
I
Thank you
never
very
said
much.
that she had the
Can the witness
information,
come back?
as the court pleases.
Mr. Pihlelo?
My lady, I wasn't given an opportunity to reply, but seeing as the court has already ruled, then
No, it's fine. The court has taken, I've already made a ruling, and thank you very much for the objection. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
Can the witness come back?
My lady, we're just sending someone to
All
let
right.
her know that she can re-enter. Thank you. The witness is back, my lady.
Okay, continue. Yes, perhaps you can rephrase so that the witness. You have
Thank you.
already said a lot to the witness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor, do you want me to repeat my question? Or do you get the gist of what my question related to?
Ms. Foster, if you could just repeat the question.
All right, I will do that.
What's the camera?
So- Yes, I can see you. The camera is working. I can hear you as well.
Okay.
So I want to know, I know for a fact you were not provided with the information that I'm giving you today. What I'm providing you with is information that's already contained in case lines. But all I'm asking you is what I have provided you with. Can you draw an analogy with the investigation that you have already done? Is it the similar circumstances that happened with the cases that you have analyzed and the information that was provided to you? To say, can you give me an opinion regarding the facts and the causes that I've stated to you regarding a cause of death? Can that be related?
Okay, so from what you have told me now, so in other words, 4 people who had been living at CCRC for at least 5 years, for between 5 and 26 years, who were transferred to Siabadinga, one of whom did not get their medication for epilepsy and died of uncontrolled seizures. So that would be consistent with people transferred to other places who did not receive treatment or died of uncontrolled seizures. The extreme loss of weight of one and dying of dehydration and anemia would be consistent with one of the cases that Dr. Talatala testified with, where there was a loss of weight, which had been documented. Mr. Terence Chaba, who went apparently from 63 kilograms to 46 kilograms. So that would be consistent with that. And then I missed some of the information of Mr. Mpofu, who died of pneumonia 4 months after the transfer. But again, consistent with people getting pneumonia in impoverished conditions. And the other one was pneumonia after 5 months, which would be the similar thing of people are more vulnerable to pneumonia in if they're less well cared for or in more impoverished conditions. Does that answer your question?
That does. Thank you very much, Professor. You testified yesterday, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I got it as follows, that although natural causes was noted, the negligence is the result of the cause of death to be ascribed as a natural cause. The neglect was, can you just explain?
Okay, so natural causes is simply describing that the death happens from a compromised physiology. The body is unable to maintain life because of its lack of support or illness. Whether or not, and I can't say that this was directly due to neglect in this situation because I did not examine Esidimeni. Okay, we know Esidimeni was closed. But I think just the natural causes seems to be an issue, and I don't know if it helps to illustrate this just with what's in the news at the moment. We've got now 21 deaths reported as being due to cholera in Gauteng and Free State. So these 21 deaths are from natural causes. Cholera is a natural illness and people die from dehydration. But the circumstances are unnatural for our period in history. We don't expect people to die from cholera in the 21st century in a city which has water sanitation. So the circumstances are unnatural, and that's why it's hit the news. If you have deaths from cardiac failure, it doesn't hit the news in somebody who's had prolonged cardiac failure on treatment, and you're anticipating it. So I think that's a way to understand how these are described as natural causes because it's a natural illness and the body fails to maintain life in the circumstances. But the circumstances of the whole process with all of the moves is unnatural, and especially for people vulnerable to illness. I don't know if that helps to explain.
That helps. Yes, thank you very much, Professor. My lady, just give me 1 second. I just want to confirm with my colleague with one aspect. Just 1 second, I'll be quick.
Okay, Ms. Asim?
I can see.
Oh, okay. My lady, I had received a message from the candidate attorney who is assisting the witness that they couldn't see anyone else on the screen, but maybe the witness can confirm now whether you can see the witness.
I think we can see her, and it looks like she can see us.
Yeah, no, I can see you now. Thank you. I could not see just now when we came back.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So the neglect can be regarded as a contributory factor. Do you agree?
Yes, I think I would. I don't want to use the word neglect in the sense that I don't know exactly what happened on the ground with the care, but I think we know enough from
evidence yesterday in respect of the consequence of certain aspects and it's the impact it had on the care. So I just want to narrow that down to if those same consequences find relevance to the 3 NGOs, clarity on the stats, and then just brief points of clarity on the expert panel report.
Okay, proceed.
Good morning, Professor. I'm Advocate Profi. I represent the NGO in the Esidimeni Inquest, and the hope is to be done before tea. As I pointed out to the court, there are 6 aspects I wish to canvass with you. And they are each relatively brief. what I want you to remember, or what will facilitate my cross-examination, is that when I ask questions, I all times narrow it down to the 3 NGOs which I represent. Are we on the same page?
We are, yes.
Okay, we're going to begin with the Takalani labor issue. You gave quite extensive evidence in respect of your concerns around Takalani and labor issues, and I'm going to begin with you where you off that it was great knowledge in respect of the labor issues at Takalani. You recall that evidence?
Yes, so I received knowledge in 2 settings. The first setting was from an NGO manager in my own district. And I actually was, at that time, examining somebody, a patient she had accepted from Life Esidimeni. And we were discussing the process. I was shocked by it. She only accepted 1 in the end because it was beyond, which was conducted at Impilazweni Clinic in Zone 13, Silver King. She commented that Takalani, that she had heard there were problems. So that was the grapevine evidence.
So all I need an understanding is you heard a rumor and then you acted out of concern of the rumor.
No, the concern and the action was because I, at that point and by that stage, I was now in communication with SADAG, the Federation, and Section 27. So we were already concerned. We already had our concern. And I went getting anywhere with our general concerns. And there were people there, workers from Takalani home. And they were explaining some of their labor. We felt, I was there from Rensburg at the time, and well, we actually felt this was beyond us. This wasn't part of our issue. But that's where I became exposed to it in a more concrete, direct manner. And there was quite a number of staff members there lobbying for whatever case they had. And it was after that, which also followed on the meeting and the project team meeting on the 22nd of April, where I had seen what organization was happening and planning. But that more direct and evidence, which was directly from staff members at Takalani, that I realized there is a significant labor dispute going on. So it wasn't, I didn't act or express concerns because of the grapevine, and I possibly should not have mentioned it because it was actually not what I based my letter on or my concerns on. And I would not have raised that further.
Sure that you just didn't act on gossip. But from that, you described it as a toxic environment and alluded to problems with management. So
I did not describe it as a toxic environment. I said I was concerned because should there be a toxic environment, this was of people with mental illness.
Thank you for that clarity. It will then make the following much easier. If, just for background, your concerns was then raised with Dr. Manamela. Dr. Manamela raised those concerns with the Dr. Sikukune, who was managing Takalani, and she then responded to Dr. Manamela. So if we can go to page 53531.
Sorry, 3?
I just want to make sure it's correct.
I think
53531.
53531. All right. This is okay. So this page is not what I referred to earlier. So where I actually.
Prof, well, let me first just.
Can I read it?
Yes. I wanted to ask if you've read, this is the letter I referred to, that it would be uploaded. Have you had the opportunity to read it?
I have not. At least not recent, not for this.
It's fine. Just look at the letter first.
Okay.
And I see it was written by AC Shoka. I don't know. Just look at the letter.
Yes. I'm reading through the letter. If I could just have a few minutes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I just want to see it. Okay, thank you. Counsel?
Melanie, may I proceed?
Yes.
So, Prof, my emphasis is paragraph 1. When Mosego Home took over, Takalani Home was under a serious financial situation, and Mosego Home administrators pulled it through to where it is today. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. So I just would like to take you back for one moment. Because this is, I think, this is the first time I've seen this letter. I see who it's written from. I don't see who it was addressed to, and I don't see the date on which the letter was written. I might have missed it in my reading it now.
Dr. Manamela?
It was meant for Dr. Manamela. Okay.
Yes.
And the date?
If you would just give me 1 second. I do believe it's 4 May.
Okay. So it is.
Where is the date, Mr. Profi? I haven't seen the date.
But if I may just be given a second. I had asked Dr. Sikukuna when she had sent this letter to Dr. Manamela.
Yes, but the fact of the matter is that there is no date on the letter, isn't it?
Correct. There's no date on this letter.
Yes, continue.
4 May 2016.
Excuse me?
Okay.
The 4th of May 2016.
Okay, so it was at the same time as the email. Okay.
Well, I see a hand by Ms. Hassim.
Yes, my lady. It's improper to be giving evidence from the bar about the date. We don't know. Mr. Kukene had an opportunity to bring the attention of the court when she testified, and she didn't. Now, Mr. Profi is giving evidence from the bar about the date and presumably about who it was addressed to, because it's not evident from the letter itself. And I wanted to object on that basis.
Mr. Profi, it's clear that the letter is not indicating the date.
But if I have no issue asking the doctor to send me if she has a cover letter or the email to which she had sent it. So I just didn't want to waste the court's time, but we can stand the matter down for the
There's no need for that. Ms. Hassim?
My lady, no, I don't think it will assist us and the interests of this inquest to stand the matter down.
No, we can't.
Mr. Profi has presumably prepared for today. And if he's unable to
I prefer that when we discuss issues like this, the witness must just step aside. Sometimes we don't tell her, and if the counsels are not adamant, yes, but we had almost, yes. I think he can proceed, but in respect of, yes, we can't rely on the date that is not there. Yes.
Or to whom it is addressed.
It's I think that it appears on the letter on top there, if I may. No, there's nothing. That's correct. There's nothing. It just says contact person, the end. No, there's nothing.
Yes, my lady. So
yes, Mr.
That the care was not interrupted.
It's what the letter is telling you.
Yes. So the author of the letter is trying to assure the reader that the care was not interrupted.
Okay.
But to verify that, one would have had to be on the ground to actually see what
that
happened.
Is something else.
Yeah.
And further that the
Manamela, it was to my colleagues.
I think you mentioned that in your evidence.
I mentioned that it was possible, or that any conflict, an environment with conflict is not and could be a toxic environment.
Yes.
Until I was concerned. But in my letter, I did not write there that the dispute directly caused a conflict, a toxic environment. I was concerned that I had heard or seen evidence of, through these workers, that there was conflict. And any conflict in a working environment can give rise to toxic relationships, can cause problems. So perhaps I don't think, I'm not happy to say that I knew for certain there was a toxic environment, but from what I can see from this letter that's been uploaded is that there was conflict. And although management believes that the conflict is resolved, that story.
Mm.
And we are putting people who are vulnerable to changes in their environment, and particularly to changes in the relationship with their carers and the conflict between carers. It's a source of stress. So when I talked about toxic, I was actually trying to illustrate perhaps how all of us battle in environments of conflict. We all struggle with that. And if you have somebody who's extremely vulnerable, intellectually or mentally, they're going to battle more. So what I understand by the evidence now that I've been presented with is that what I had witnessed at Section 27, what my mental health manager had told me in the district, and what actually happened are aligned. There was conflict. And the letter here is assuring that the conflict has been resolved and explaining it.
Thank you. That's it.
Prof, I just want to know that if you were provided with this background,
I wrote the email to say I was concerned on the 28th of April.
Mm.
Prof. Musa is the one who replied, and he immediately acted on it by linking in his mental health coordinator for that NGO and by alerting Dr. Manamela to the issue. They then responded to me later to say that it was resolved, and I did not continue on that, raising it. I accepted what Dr. Manuela had said to me. I would like, if possible, to go back to the letter that I received, if I could.
I've gone to my next point, Prof. So if I can be of assistance, that's where I was going. 36806, let me know when you're there.
This is where I missed my letters. 36806, no, that's not it.
If I just may make this point and conclude the point, and if it doesn't settle what you'd like to show, you can then make that point thereafter. About 36806.
The 36806 is
Yeah.
my letter to Dr. Silabano, where
Yes.
I gave him the copy of my letter to Prof. Musa, and where I was still trying to reassure him that I wanted to work with my employer on that.
So we have that evidence on record. If I may just ask my question, Prof.
Mm-hmm.
That if we read under Dear Dr. Silabano, it says, please see the attached email as requested. Please note that an inspection has been done in Takalani by Prof. Musa, and I presume that should be Dr. Dikaledi, and all has been resolved.
Sister Dikaledi. So
Sister Dikaledi, and all has been resolved.
That was I was expressing to Dr. Silabano exactly that I had been assured by my seniors that all was resolved. So I had raised a concern, they had acted on it, and I had been reassured that it was resolved. And
So,
I was wanting to know what that interchange had been. He had not been party to those emails.
So
yes.
All I want to know, Prof, is that by the 5th of May, 2016, your concerns had been settled in respect of Takalani.
Yes, I had been assured that they had been settled.
Thank you. Now, while we're canvassing this aspect of inspection at Takalani, it is my instruction that shortly after the release of the Ombudsman report, you inspected Takalani, assessed some users, and you never complained about anything at Takalani. You understand?
So this was much later. So this was not part of the investigation. This was following the investigation after the release of the Ombuds report, and we're now talking about 2017. And I was asked to assist the National Department of Health at this point in a task team where we went to various different NGOs. And I remember this visit. So what we did at that time is we went to the NGOs, and I think at that stage, yes, I recall it clearly, and I think we went as a group. It was not just me.
Yes.
I was one member of the task team. I can't recall the exact report, but I don't think it was negative.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you interjected while you were still on, but I've noted your concern. Mr. Profi, if you can.
Do I need to answer, Mr. Sim, or pose the question?
You can pose the question, but you have heard her concerns.
So I'll rephrase.
Yes. I'm just avoiding us to be taking too long time because too long time with these objections, but the concerns are valid. If we can call the witness, perhaps you should show the witness what you are talking about. The witness can come back, Ms. Sim.
Court, please.
And please allow the witness to respond. Don't interfere. And while the witness is busy still testifying, don't interrupt the witness. Please let her finish with her evidence.
But I only did that. I do note that concern, but I only did it when the witness gives us evidence that she'd already testified to.
No, okay.
So
but please,
in
yes.
the evidence, we already have it on record, so we don't need to hear it again.
Okay.
I will leave her.
Yes, continue.
Okay, but I'm not reading from anything. What I'm saying.
Yes, but yes, don't just put a proposition. I mean, and the witness must listen attentively. If that is not somebody that something that she has not said, she should say so.
Yes,
please.
So I'll rephrase it and break it down shorter. Is that you had gone to Takalani and just said you're not in a position to dispute that the review was positive. We're on the same page.
Yes, on the whole, it was positive. There were limitations that we found, but yeah. But on the whole, it was positive from what I can recall. And I have not gone back to this review and read it for this.
What I'm putting to you is that those who had testified in the inquest and posed and during the cross-examination of Dr. Sikukune, it was everyone who visited the NGO had a similar review. It was positive.
I can't comment on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Those views is what prompted the NGO to then appeal the Ombudsman's report. Are you in a position to comment on that?
No, I can't comment on that.
Now, we will canvass the appeal in greater detail shortly. I just wanted clarity on the evidence you had testified in respect of. You had said that we fought, I'm moving to a new point, that we fought the discharge of users to Takalani and lost the case. You recall that evidence?
Yes, that was the second court interdict and it was in March 2016.
Let me ask the question. I just want to know who's the we.
The we is SASOP, the South African Society of Psychiatrists, South African Federation of Mental Health, South African Depression and Anxiety Support Group with Section 27. There's legal counsel.
Thank you. Then you were testified that you did not get a response from the MEC to the emails or from anyone. You recall that evidence?
Yes.
We can agree that those concerns you raised were valid, and you testified on the seriousness to the consequences that those concerns not being raised would have on the care of the users. We're on the same page?
Yes.
I only wish to conclude on the point that those issues remaining unanswered within the rush was unfairly transferred to the NGOs along with the users. Do you agree with that?
So those you are saying those issues were within the rush were unfairly transferred to the NGOs. So I just want to the NGOs. The NGOs were put under enormous pressure, and in those concerns that we raised, we actually stated that the NGOs were not equipped and they were not adequately resourced to care for people from life Esidimeni. I think that was clear. I'm not quite sure about this idea that issues were transferred to and whether I can agree with that statement. I'm just not quite sure, thinking now of the implications of that statement.
I'm not trying to implicate you in anything.
No, not me. I understand that I'm not implicated, but saying they were transferred to the NGOs sounds to me like I'm now accusing individuals of actually shifting their responsibility. And I think that that's not entirely accurate.
Why not?
I think that there's each individual is responsible for their own actions and how things pan out. That you have to be responsible for what you actually do at the end of the day. So to say it's transferred is something that I'm not happy to concur with.
Let me try balance that out for you, because what I was trying to put to you is that you raise these concerns, you point out the consequences if these concerns are not addressed. Nothing happens. So what I meant by that they are then transferred with the NGOs is that what you had raised then continues, and your consequences.
So I would agree that what we were concerned about actually materialized.
Yes, that's
and
what
worse.
Yeah, yes, that's precisely
what I would agree with. Yes.
So we agree.
Okay.
So now, to amplify that point, if you agree with me or not, is Ms. Govender yesterday put the protocol to you in respect of how the MEC deals with her correspondence. You recall that?
Yes.
So
Do you?
What on this point of individual responsibility, what I seek your comment is failure to address those concerns raised. You said they materialized and even worse. So what I seek comment is, so the MEC put to you how correspondence is dealt with, it's sent to the relevant person. All I would like to know is the MEC or the protocol, whoever it was supposed to be referred to, they would then be responsible for the failure to address those concerns.
So that is not really my concern, if you like, to use the word concern again. We sent a letter to the MEC. We were already in meetings with Dr. Manamela. How the MEC handles our request is not my responsibility or concern. So I'm not quite sure what you are asking in this situation.
That's the point, that I agree with you, that it wasn't your concern what the protocol is.
Yeah.
Your concern was to get an answer.
Yeah.
And failure to get an answer falls on the person who you ask the questions to.
Yes.
Yes, that's what
I would agree with that.
Now, to the next point is, Prof, in respect of your evidence, here's the difficulty that I need your assistance to clarify, please. So, in respect of your evidence, in respect of the NGOs, you had put a lot of general evidence in respect of the NGOs. So where I agree with you in respect of the 3 NGOs that I represent is we can agree that on the consequences of the mass transfer, as well as the inadequate preparation, we're together. We can agree on the consequences of the mixed mental and chronic users. The consequence there too, I want to pause there and say that I'm incredibly grateful to you for that evidence you gave in respect of the consequence of the mixture of chronic users, because I think what it did is it beautifully articulated the experiences and difficulties faced by the NGOs. So we agree with that, and I'm indebted to you. Then we agree that the lack of medical records and the NGOs not receiving medical examinations by the district health services when they arrived. Now here's my problem. If we can go to page.
Sorry, Council, I would just like to say I do not know with the NGOs you represent if they did or did not receive medical examinations after arrival. We only have evidence for that for Swane.
They're in.
This is City of Joburg NGOs. I don't work there, and so I can't say that whether they did or did not.
They're all in Swane.
No, Takalani, City of Joburg. Mosreko's West Rand. I don't know where Bushli and Nkosi is.
The 2 is
Bushli and Nkosi.
Nkosi is Pretoria. Sorry.
Okay, so it would only be Bushli and Nkosi then that we can confirm that. Not Moseko or Takalani. I can't confirm that.
The evidence they had given is that they didn't receive these issues, and they tried to find it from they took them to the doctors, as well as tried to get the information from Life Esidimeni. That's the evidence they gave.
Okay.
So they fall under the same lack of medical examination. So if we can I proceed?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Oh, sorry.
And we go to page 37864.
Okay.
You let me know when you're there.
I'm David. This with a table of the staff complement in the NGOs.
My focus is the 5/6 main characteristics of the NGOs.
Yes. Okay.
Now, with what we agree on, what I'm putting to you is that in respect of the 3 NGOs I represent, that you identified these 5 main characteristics of NGOs that contributed or prevented to the deaths of the 38 patients.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can we begin with, does this paragraph relate to any of the 3 NGOs I represent?
So this is a summary finding of the NGOs that we visited. And I think, and I did not do all of these visits, we split up and we grouped together and just aired our opinions on them. And it was very much a consensus agreement. And our visits were exploratory in nature. So I can't say that they represent the NGOs that you represent specifically, although somebody did visit Takalani and somebody did visit Moseko. But we hadn't quantified that in that detail.
Mm-hmm.
Put it that way.
Do I understand correctly that when you say summary in nature, is that these were found in some NGOs, and then it was just a blanket characteristics in respect of all of them?
Yes.
So
yes. And then I think in the text below, we pick out a few details from different ones that we had observed between us.
Okay. Now, Prof, why I want to show you that the 3 NGOs I represent are not part of these 6 characteristics in respect of contributed and prevented to the deaths. If we can then turn to page 30396. You let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
So I had told you that we'd come back to the appeal in respect of Masego Home and Takalani Home on the Ombudsman's report. This is where the decision by the tribunal begins. Were you aware that they appealed the Ombudsman's report?
Only by hearsay. I wasn't involved.
So you would have never read the decision, correct?
No.
Now, in respect of those 6 characteristics, for the interest of time, if you'd like to read the entire decision, that's up to you. My emphasis will only begin from paragraph 14. So the reason why I'm saying to you is the above paragraphs is merely legal in nature. But if just to save time, in respect of those 5 characteristics, differentiating Masego and Takalani from them begins at paragraph 14. So I'm in the court's hands, and as well as you, Prof. If you'd like to read the entire decision, you're welcome to. But for the interest of time, my question relates only from paragraph 14.
That's fine, except, okay, just a concern that I've got, and what I'm wondering how to place this, is that we, as the expert panel, we did an exploratory visit to selected NGOs. You have also referred to a visit I did, which was well after the release of the Ombuds report. So after all of this had happened, and with plenty time for changes to occur. We were not the only people that the Ombud structured his investigation with a 3-pronged approach, and each group, so there was his own interviews with people, our expert panel investigation, and we were psychiatrists predominantly, with a public health specialist and a psychiatric nurse, and then the Office for Health Standards Compliance. And the Office for Health Standards Compliance, they did a visit to the NGOs as well. Now, I do not know to this day who was actually in that group. I haven't really gone through that and looked at it. We had no communication with them. The Ombud took the findings from all 3 approaches, which were completely separate. Only he knew what each group, the 2 other groups were producing, had found. And so any kind of appeal against his report is an appeal against the findings which were put together by all 3 sources. The expert panel, the Office for Health Standards Compliance, and his own interviews, which are well documented in his report. So I'm not sure that I'm in a position to comment on other proceedings, such as a lodge against or an appeal against his report, because this was more than what we produced. And it had the perspective of people whose job it is to inspect health establishments. It's not my job or anyone on the expert panel our job description to inspect health establishments. We went into the NGOs more naively, I would say, and in a slightly different perspective. My understanding is really that it is broader, that we're looking at supported housing in many ways. The Office for Health Standards Compliance went in looking at them as health establishments.
Okay.
So there are differences in our findings because of the differences in our approach and the differences in our training and our background. So this, appeal that you're taking me to, I think goes beyond my involvement in the investigation or as a whole. This is an appeal against the Ombuds report, not the expert panel report. And I was only one little member of that investigation.
Thank you. Mr. Profi, I think there you are. It answers it.
Melanie, if I may, where I agree with and where I was going with this is the professor says that in respect of the expert report, they were psychiatrists and therefore they cannot comment on things like infrastructure. Yet in the expert report that I'd referred her to, she makes a finding that the NGOs, what could have contributed or prevented deaths is the lack of staff, is the lack of infrastructure. They make those experts, including, let me finish, Prof. They make those findings. So, and it's damning against the NGOs. So her answer should have been clear when I asked her if these relate to the NGOs. Should have been no, they don't, because I don't have the expertise to, as she just said. So my difficulty is the problem.
Perhaps you have to understand, Ms. Asim.
My lady, I have two objections. The first is that...
Can the witness step aside, please? Yes.
The first is that that Mr. Profi is entering into an argument with the witness. And that's the first. The second is that whatever Mr. Profi wishes to say about the appeal decision can be dealt with in argument. This witness has fully answered why she is not in a position to comment on it.
Thank you.
And the answer is now given. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Profi? Yes, you may.
It wasn't so much to argue with the witness. It was more to point out to the court that the witness says, I am not in a position to comment on infrastructure and things of that nature. Yet here is an expert, the report is commenting on those aspects. So I need to clarify it with the witness that on her own evidence now, she doesn't have the expertise to comment, then she shouldn't have, but it found itself in a report. And I'm not certain that the court will not look at these 5 characteristics and relate them to the 3 NGOs which I represent, make a finding on that basis when, 1, the witness shouldn't have commented in that regard, but she has. And so I want to illustrate that if she regards the 3 NGOs I represent to have those characteristics from the explanation in the judgment, they aren't part of those characteristics.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Asim? You still stand by your point?
I stand by my point. I really think the witness has explained thoroughly what her role was, and she said she cannot comment on this. Yes. I don't know what more Mr. Profi wishes to get out of this line, and he can leave it for argument.
Thank you. Mr. Profi, I think this point was sufficiently canvassed. Perhaps you should move on. Thank you. How far are you? I see it's 11:23 now.
Sorry, Melania.
You still have questions?
I do.
Okay. Is it now the time for us to take the...
Please, Melania.
It's now... Perhaps we can come back at 11:45. Can the witness come back?
Yes, I can, my lady.
Yes, I think it's the opportune time for us to take a tea adjournment. You are warned, as I did before. The court will now resume at 11:45. Thank you.
Thank you. As it pleases the court.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
Court pleases.
Professor, you're reminded that you're still under oath.
My lady, as the court pleases.
Prof, moving on to this idea of collective versus individual responsibility, I just seek your comment in respect of the evidence you gave on inadequate preparation. Would you consider the issue of inadequate preparation to be an individual person or collective responsibility in respect of the preparation?
So the inadequate preparation for the move of people to NGOs particularly and CCRC actually. You know, a combination of the two, actually. It's collective in that it was done by teams, a project team managing it, the Department of Health, the Mental Health Directorate. But, and then there was individual responsibility in terms of who got involved as NGOs. They are individuals who offered their services to take people. So I don't know if this is collective or individual. It needs a lot more analysis to make a definitive distinction between the two.
We leave that, thank you, Prof. We leave that to the court to make that analysis. Now, in respect of your evidence that medication arrived muddled up, and my question is twofold. So the evidence given by the NGOs said they didn't have information in respect of the chronic condition received. Now, you'd agree with me that not receiving that information plus muddled up medication would make it difficult for the users to care for the users.
Absolutely.
Now, Prof, can you tell me, how is medication supposed to arrive at a facility?
So if a person is transferred from one facility to another, in general terms, you would expect the person, firstly, there should be warning. There should be an application, should be a discharge, a summary of the condition of the person, the medication that they're on, before the person arrives. The second facility should make a decision on whether they can accept that person or not, bearing on their capacity and their ability. And then the person should arrive with a discharge summary and with medication, which is clearly labeled, with instructions on how to take it. And certainly in my district, in Esidimeni, we like the hospitals to discharge people with a full month's worth of medication and information. So if they're discharged home, they need to go to, and how to access further care. If it's to an NGO, the NGO needs to have information as to the diagnostical health problems and all the medicine and how it should be given. So that's general procedure, basic health.
Okay, Prof. I think you've then answered the second part, is then how should chronic conditions be identified and planned and canvassed in your answer now, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Prof, now moving on to your evidence in respect of the stats on morality. Just briefly, you are not a statistician, correct?
I'm not, no.
So compilation and interpretation of stats falls outside your scope of expertise.
The compilation of statistics, deciding what statistical test to use for the analysis, falls outside my expertise. Interpreting the meaning from a clinical perspective is within my expertise, the meaning of the result from a clinical perspective.
Thank you, Prof. Now, I just want to expand on the question Ms. Govender posed to you in respect of the comparison, because I just need clarity there. So you testified that you couldn't compare the death stats of Life Esidimeni because you didn't have enough data to make that comparison. Okay, can we turn to page 52350?
Something else.
Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I've got that.
So I'm just reading the note on page 52350 that says this report displays the data on deaths and burials for the selected Esidimeni hospitals for the selected period. Have you seen this report before?
Yes, I have.
So did you, prior to the inquest?
Not this particular report prior to the inquest, no. We did not receive this.
So, but did you or anyone compiling the report in respect of the stats request the deaths report from Life Esidimeni?
We did, yes. We did.
Understand you correctly, you didn't receive this.
But not this particular one, no.
Okay. I just want to peg that point. We'll get back to it. What I just briefly need clarity on is, in your experience, does MHCU's deaths spike in winter?
I think I don't think it's just mental health care users. And they've shown that even now in Europe in the last winter, the deaths spiked.
Okay.
Okay.
What I just need clarity on is the spike you had testified on increased in May, June, July. And you had said that it was because of the transfer. Could it not equally be because of winter?
Our analysis and to our reasoning, this was because of the transfer. We had received people in my district and Esidimeni district. We did not lose anybody until I think it was August, and it was unrelated to winter. And Esidimeni district is the coldest district of Gauteng. So I would be hesitant to attribute that spike in deaths to being just winter.
So it's possible or it's not possible?
This, winter will always contribute to deaths, but that spike was too dramatic. And as I say, from what we had, and we did not believe that spike in deaths was related to winter as a primary cause. The relationship within a couple of months to that huge number of people transferred at once is too close for us to say winter is top of our list of causes.
The question is answered. Thank you.
Can we then move to page 37801? You let me know when you're there, Prof.
Okay, this is something different. Yes, we've got this.
So this is during the cross-examination of the CEO of Life Esidimeni, he provided these figures to the inquest. Would you please just read from, thank you for the letter dated 6 June. I mainly just need you to record the deaths for 2014, 15, 16.
Yes, I've got that. So you'd like me to read this?
Please.
In light of the limited time, we have been able to ascertain the following.
You want
Sorry, I just want to see who.
Just, Mr. Prof, do you want him to familiarize herself with the letter, or do you want her to read the letter into the record?
She doesn't need to read it into the record. I just need her to familiarize herself with the figures.
Okay. Please, just look at the letter yourself.
So this, I just want to see who this is from. You said this is, I don't know who Rick Martin.
It's the attorney on behalf of Life Esidimeni.
Okay. So what they have stated here is that
You say this is the attorney for?
life is
Oh, yes, okay.
okay, and it is addressed to Kemeseki and Associates.
The attorney for the 3 NGOs I represent.
And it is on the 7th of June last year. Okay. All right, so this is 2014, there were 51 deaths. In 2015, they recorded 44 deaths. And in 2016, they recorded 16 deaths.
Yes. Now, in amplification of what Ms. Governor has said, I've shown you that there was a report available in respect of the deaths spanning a few years. That's the previous annexure I showed you. And then they provided the dates in respect of 2014 to 2016. What I'm putting to you is that the correct comparison to be of assistance to this court would have been to compare these number of deaths with the transfer deaths instead of comparing the general population.
So these number of deaths, this data that you have given me, and the list of deaths and burials are meaningless numbers.
Come again?
Because they are meaningless.
What
numbers.
and what? Which one? That one and which one?
And the list of deaths and date of death and date of burial. They don't tell us anything. They are just a list of
Yes,
deaths.
I want to understand your response. Are you saying what you are referred to by Mr. Proby and?
Okay, and so what I am saying, and the reason I say it, is that I observed 52350, that
Yes,
list.
okay.
Okay. The reason I say these deaths don't explain anything is because they're simply a list. We have no idea of the proportion of people who died. We've got no comprehension from these numbers of the age of so from a statistical perspective, we would need to know what is the denominator here. 51 deaths out of how many? And then we would want to standardize that according to age. Okay. So you would want to be very clear with that comparison. What are you comparing? It's just a number. So you could, and you must, so there's several things here that you have to understand in order to derive meaning from this list of deaths. The first thing would be the proportion of deaths to the number of people at Life Esidimeni. You would then want to do a survival curve. So how long were these deaths following the transfer or admission into Life Esidimeni? What was the survival rate of the population after transfer? How many died? So that's the proportion of deaths in a cohort of people following a date of admission. Then you need to add to that information the age groups of the people in terms of a standardized mortality ratio. Okay. So we cannot compare this data. So we did ask for data and we got data and we attempted some sort of analysis. We couldn't pursue it because it was not comparable data. So you can't apply any statistical tests to it. Okay.
I just want to understand you correctly, that the information you got from Life Esidimeni in respect to its deaths was not sufficient for you to do the comparison you needed, which is why you then did the comparison to the population.
There's we attempted a comparison and the data was insufficient, exactly as you said. The second reason why we did not ask and keep on inquiring for more data is because at no stage was it the mandate for the Ombud to investigate life Esidimeni and the deaths that occurred there. So we could not pursue it for two reasons.
I'm with you, Prof. Can we then move to page 37885?
Can I get the page number?
37885. It's just a brief note, just for background, in respect of study limitation. This study formed part of the Ombudsman investigation of the Life Esidimeni tragedy. It is limited to the quality of the available data, which were compiled retrospectively from multiple sources. That's where I'm focusing on. So from your evidence, I just need clarity, Prof, that am I correct that even in the expert panel report, the information received from Life Esidimeni, the department, and the NGOs at times were there was marked discrepancies between the information provided?
Yes.
So what I then, and you gave examples as something as simple as the number of users transferred, something like that couldn't even be clear.
Absolutely.
Now, I want to give you another material mark discrepancy for your comment, please. If we go to page 37852, table 3. You let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
So my emphasis is 2015 LE, MHC users died, 54.
And here, yes.
And then 2014 LE, MHC users died, 78.
Yes.
Now, if we compare that to what the attorney told the inquest the deaths were, if you need me to go back there, page 3.
Oh, those ones. Yeah, let's have a look. That letter.
Yes.
Okay, you can go back to that.
37801. We were through this already. You'd agree with me that the figures in your report and the figures provided by Life Esidimeni are different.
Yes.
So the quality of the available data is clearly questionable.
Well, we said that in our report the whole time, that I can't, yeah.
Thank you. Now, Prof, I think I'm nearing the end. Your expert report, Melody, if I just have a few seconds to just recalibrate, moving to the last point. If we can then turn to page 37838. Just want to make sure that page is correct. Ah, I see. Really, if you don't know, you don't know. It's just an issue that is raised in the inquest, and given your vast experience in this matter, I just want to know.
Is the page correct? You
yes,
said you
37838.
Okay, continue.
The last paragraph, the report alludes to budgetary constraints. Prof, if we can go there.
Yes.
So it reads, the report alludes to budgetary constraints of the Department of Health, Auditor General, that's my emphasis for the question, and non-compliance with scripts. And we can read the rest, but the question relates to the Auditor General, Prof. I merely just want to know if you have any personal knowledge in this respect, because Ms. Creasy testified that she had asked, so the Auditor General flagged the contract of Life Esidimeni, and that was a reason for the termination, is the evidence we have. Ms. Creasy then, raise her hand, my lady.
Yeah. Ms. Hassan?
Sorry, my lady, but my learned friend, Mr. Profi, said that the evidence was that that from Ms. Creasy,
the reason for the termination.
No, but what he said is that she said that the AG red flagged this contract, but what she said was the AG had not red flagged this contract. That's what Ms. Creasy said.
Mr. Profi? Yeah, the witness can just, yeah.
She's let me finish. If she lets me finish, that's where I'm going. I haven't finished, so if I could please finish.
But the problem is the wording, isn't it? If I understand Ms. Hassim.
Yeah, I'm giving the background of the evidence in totality, and that's part of the evidence, and that's the aspect I wish the witness to comment on. So if
before you do that, I think if I understood her, she wants you to put the correct facts to the witness. If you can listen to what she's saying, yes.
If she gave me a minute to finish, the objection would have been clarified. So may I just finish?
Okay, let's wait for you to finish.
And then if it persists, I'll correct it.
Let's hear what you want to say then. But please, yes, let the witness come back. Yes, can you?
Profi, we're interrupted, so I'll just start from the beginning again. The report makes mention of this Auditor General aspect. My question is, if you have any personal knowledge, because Ms. Creasy's evidence was that the Auditor General had allegedly red flagged the contract of termination as long-term. She had asked around to find out where this information comes from, and she couldn't get any feedback in respect of where the flagging comes from.
Just before she responds, are you done with your question?
No, Malini, I haven't.
Yeah, Malini, I think that's
yes,
Malini, that's the incorrect proposition.
Yes, I wanted to come there. I see Ms. Hassim. That's why I'm asking him if he's finished, because I don't want him to come back and say, let me finish. Right? Yes.
Indeed,
Ms. Hassim, I've noted your concern, Mukari. Ms. Hassim, you still persist.
I certainly still persist.
Yes, because that's not what the evidence is.
Objection, to be honest. This is specifically what I said Ms. Creasy did not say. And yet Mr. Profi is putting it to the witness as if she did. And I really hope to for my learned friend off this line.
That's why Mr. is also interjecting to say, in fact, this is the opposite. What you are putting to the witness is not the correct version. Maybe you didn't pick up the right way.
That she did not find anyone affirming that the Auditor General had flagged it. Is that not Mrs. Creasy's evidence? That no one knows.
What did you put to the witness? You didn't put the right proposition to the witness. That is why there is an objection, because if it was the correct one, there wouldn't have been any objection. That's why Mr. Mukari is also saying that, in fact, what you are putting to the witness is the opposite of what Ms. Creasy has testified.
My lady, the proposition is she had asked, they put it to her that one of the reasons for the termination was the red flagging by the Auditor General. Her response was, during the arbitration, I'd asked around about where this Auditor General red flag comes from, and I couldn't get a response. So we don't know where the Auditor General then did not flag the contract.
Okay, Ms. Asim.
Is that not the? If it's not, then please correct me.
It is not. It is not. What Ms. Creasy said is that she had heard that there was a concern that had been raised by the Auditor General regarding the longevity of the contract.
Correct, yes.
She asked the Auditor General's office. First, she said that that kind of information would be put in management letters to the relevant departments. She said she then requested that information over a period of 3 years. So the entire period that was relevant to this whole project. And she looked at the management letters, and she also looked at the audit reports for all of those years, and there had not been any red flag raised by the Auditor General. So that was her evidence, and which is not what Mr. Profi said.
Correct, yes.
I thought the end result was the same. It wasn't red flagged by the Auditor General. That's what I'm putting to the witness.
No, my lady, what Mr. Profi put to the witness was
was
that Ms. Creasy said she doesn't know where. But it's not true. She looked at the necessary documentation and came to a conclusion that the AG, in fact, never read fact. Not that she didn't know. She didn't say, well, I don't know.
She's then misunderstood. Perhaps I'm articulating it poorly, but it's
maybe maybe that, yes.
I'm saying the same thing.
I don't understand it to be the same thing. That's why I'm confused, yes.
My lady, I object to the question.
I'll rephrase it.
Before you do that, I see Mr. Pitler here. But Mr. Mkari, do you want to say something before Mr. Can you go before Mr. Pitler? Because I don't know whether he's going to raise a different issue.
No, nothing, my lady.
I think Ms. Asim has articulated it.
Yes, properly, yes. And I think Mr. Profi has taken note of that, so that we don't waste time. Then he must just move on.
Thank you, Mr. Pitler. I hope you are not bringing the same issue, unless if I don't know.
No, my lady, I was going to ask that we move on because we are spending a lot of.
Thank you, Mr. Pitler. Mr. Profi. Yes, can we move on? We take that you understood and you have taken note of the objections and the correct version of events.
I was merely just trying to give this issue of the Auditor General. It came up and came up.
But put the proper proposition to the witness. That's all what you are being requested to do. Can the witness come back so that we can proceed?
Prof, for the sake of progress, and I don't want to get lost in semantics with my colleagues, I'm going to rephrase the question. Do you have any knowledge in respect of the Auditor General's comments in relation to the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract?
No personal knowledge. I only have what we've written here.
You only have?
What was provided to us in the summary report that we described.
But I agree with you. The only issue I have is that it says that there was no reasoning behind the AG's queries, which would align with we don't know what those queries are.
I am describing. So this is going back to page 37838 to the paragraph you referred to at the bottom.
Yes.
If you have a look at above that, 4.1.1, summary report by the GDOH. What I am describing in that text is what I read And it's not just me, it's actually what the whole expert panel is describing, because we wrote this together and went through it. This is not our knowledge. We are describing what we read in the summary report provided to us by the Gauteng Directorate for Mental Health. So where I have written at the bottom of page 3, just above to upscale community mental health services, the last line of the paragraph. However, the reasoning behind the Auditor General's queries and the link to LE is not explained. What I am meaning is it is not explained in the summary report provided by the department.
Thank you. We're on the same page. Thank you for that. Can we then move to page 37839? You let me know when you're there, Prof.
Yeah.
My focus is D, the second last point. Factors which put the project at risk identified by the LE project team included 7, possible fraudulent behavior of NGOs. Are you in a position to recall if that relates to any of the 3 NGOs I represent?
No, I'm not.
Thank you. And then if we can go to 37847. You let me know when you're there.
Okay.
So my emphasis is above 6. So 1, 2, 3, the 4th line from the top, beginning marked discrepancies. So I'm reading marked discrepancies between data sources became apparent during the investigation and are discussed later in the report. My emphasis, the clinical records made available from LE and the NGOs were often incomplete. Now, I can answer in respect of the NGOs that I've already told you that they were constantly trying to supplement the lack of records that they had. But my question is in respect of clarity, in respect of Life Esidimeni. 1, these clinical records that were often incomplete, is this at the time of compiling this report?
Yes, this wasn't the time of the investigation. So this was the investigation. Yeah, it's what we found in our investigation.
No, so maybe I'm not clear. What I'm asking is, when you say Life Esidimeni, the clinical records made available from Life Esidimeni were incomplete, is that they were incomplete when you did your investigation, they were incomplete when they were transferred to NGOs, or it was incomplete when you had asked them for the medical records of the deceased to do the report?
So we received records of 38 people, huge finds, but some of them were incomplete for the investigation.
Thank you, Prof. That's the clarity.
Mr. Prof, you know, I don't understand why these questions. This is very clear. Marked discrepancies between data became apparent during the investigation and are discussed later in the report. Then that's when now this is mentioned. I don't understand why you believe on these things. I mean, it's clear.
Moving on, my lady.
Yeah, please move on.
Then the last question, Prof, is in respect of your conclusion, which is at 37874.
874.
Prof, let me know when you're there.
And then?
My emphasis, what I want you to comment on is the deaths that occurred as part of the LE project were in access and of those expected for this subpopulation of patients. What my emphasis is they were a result of an unwise, flawed decision, inadequate planning and chaotic implementation process, and inadequate access to healthcare. Prof, you'd agree with me that those contributing factors, blame cannot be attributed to the NGOs in respect of these factors.
No, I don't agree with you in that. I think that we can't be absolutely certain for that. We've described the whole process as contributing factors from our clinical judgment and our judgment of our findings. So it was a consensus decision. But that statement doesn't say who and where we attribute blame to, that no others are not party to it.
What I'm saying is that you're saying that you find that they were excessive because of the planning. You'd agree with me, the NGOs were part of the planning.
Sorry, do I agree with you?
There's a hand, my lady.
Yes, I can see that. Mr. Hasim?
Sorry, my lady, just to, before the witnesses answers that, the sentence says they were as a result of unwise, flawed decision, inadequate planning, chaotic implementation process, and inadequate access to healthcare. There's nothing in there that excludes the NGOs, and that's what the witness has said. And I think
the witness has answered, in my view.
That's right.
Yes, thank you.
I'll leave it in the court's hands on whether the court will have my last question answered or not.
Okay, this answer, I think regarding this one, the witness has answered.
No, and
she said she doesn't agree with you.
Yes.
Yes.
I asked her if the NGO, she'd agree with me if the NGOs were not part of the planning of the process.
Is that a follow-up to the, okay, let her answer. What is the response?
I cannot agree that they were not part of the planning of the in the process.
How were they part of the planning process by the department?
There was constant communication going between the directorate and the NGOs in part of this process. The degree to which they were planning, but they participated in the process.
What do you mean by that? Are you? Do I understand you to be saying that they didn't just receive the patients? Obviously, there was something something was communicated to them before they received the patients. Yes. That's what you mean by perhaps prior planning or whatever. When you say you can exclude them from the planning.
I cannot make a blanket exclusion from the planning. There was, to my knowledge and to our knowledge, there were visits by the directorate to the NGOs. Mm-hmm. They didn't, before they received people, was some knowledge of the process.
Okay.
The way I disagree with you, Prof, is that would be that they were involved in the implementation of the process. But in terms of drafting the plan of transfer, they wouldn't have been a part of that plan process.
So that I cannot comment on.
Okay.
I was not party to that, to those arrangements.
That's my question, my lady. But if I may just have a minute to see if there's anything additional that...
So I'm still having Mr. Pichela, then Mr. Van Bergen. Mr. Late? I haven't had Mr. Late today. I don't know whether he's part of the proceedings. Mr. Late?
Sorry, my lady, Mr. Pinard had also reserved his cross-examination.
Yes. Is Mr. Late there or Miss Marriott? Miss Marriott? Miss Hassim?
My lady, I just on the point of time, the witness only reserved these 2 days.
I'm getting worried. That's what I'm trying to find out.
And so we do need to complete today.
Yes, yes. Otherwise, I think Mr. Profi took a lot of time. All right.
And perhaps if it means we have to shorten the lunch break, I
Yes,
respectfully
if
request.
that is even, I mean, even after 4, we can still proceed if that can be done. But I'm not saying people should now take more time to inconvenience others. Mr. Profi?
Lady, the only
We're so concerned about the time now. Yeah, because the witness is only available until today. And remember that it's our last day for this term.
Yes, my lady, there's just one issue, but it's more with the leave of the court to give me direction. If it's necessary, if the court needs this clarity, or if it's necessary at all. My lady, Ms. Hassim took the issue of evidence from the bar, and she wanted to know what that letter was responding to. Dr. Sikuna had then sent me the email of Dr. Manamela asking her to respond to Dr. Roberts.
But the matter has been dealt with. Is it? If you have something, I mean, it's a matter for argument.
That's correct. I didn't want it to be outstanding, and the court asked an argument. That is the email from Dr. Manamela asking Dr. Sikuna to respond to Professor Robertson's concerns, and that the letter is then the response.
Okay, Ms. Hassim, do you want to say something regarding this?
Yeah, my lady, this is still evidence from the bar, and I think that Mr. Prof had his time to put these.
We have dealt with the matter. That's why I'm saying yes. We have dealt with the matter. I think at the time it was yes.
I was just trying to cure her objection, but if the court doesn't want it cured and is satisfied, I'm prepared to leave it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady, I had problems with my computer speaker. I couldn't hear what was said.
Okay, I was checking with everyone, but now I'm also concerned because even Miss Marriott, I didn't even get hold of her. I don't know what's happening.
She's ill.
Okay.
But we don't have any questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Are you done, Mr. Profi?
That concludes my cross-examination, my lady.
Can we please look at our time and try to see to expedite the process, please? Mr. Pitlela, unfortunately, it's you now who has to face this, and the others who are coming after you. But before you start, can I check with Mr. Pinar? Mr. Pinar, you also reserve cross-examination. Do you still have questions for the witness?
May it please the court, my lady. I do, but I do not foresee that it would be lengthy, my lady. It would be brief.
Well, I don't take anyone's word because I know once you are on the platform, it's a problem. Yes, but
my
please,
lady, no,
you have to.
I have no major issues, my lady.
Okay, do you want to go now, or do Mr. Pitlela must proceed before you?
I would prefer let Mr. Pitlela proceed, and then I can finalize my circumvent whatever I want to curtail in cross-examination to the bare minimum, lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pitela?
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to be very brief because there's a lot that has been covered already, especially in respect of the NGOs. Just by way of introduction, my lady, I'm going to deal with the problems that were experienced by the NGOs. It will just be in a summary form so that the witness can comment on that, and also, most importantly, the impact thereof. And then I'm going to deal with aspects of the panel report, expert panel report. Some have already been covered. There's just a few points where clarity is being sought in respect of the stats, in respect of the conclusions and recommendations, and then I should be done. So that is where we are.
Okay, continue.
Good afternoon, Prof. How are you?
Good afternoon, Council.
I represent 5 persons of interest: Karina Morale of Tsepong, Ethel Nube of Precious Angels, Diane Noile of Siabadinga, Dorothy Franks of Enka, and Miss Mavis Mokhosinyane of Masero. Are you with me, Prof?
I am.
Okay. Just as a point of to begin, yeah? I'm gonna start from the back and then we go up, because I think if you can turn to page, oh yeah, it's 6 factors, sorry.
It was a typo, yes.
I only felt that 5 were relevant, but that as it may, Prof. Now, you are saying that this contributed, they could have contributed to or prevented the deaths of the 38 patients, correct? Okay. Now let's start with point A. The lack of skills and expertise of the NGO staff.
Experience.
Yes, experience, expertise, my lady. Yeah, so let's start with point A. Now you'll agree with me, Prof, that this should have been eliminated. I mean, somebody comes in, they're applying for a license to take care of people with complicated conditions. The first thing you do, an ordinary person, a reasonable person, would first need to know what is your experience, what are your skills. And that is important, and it's an aspect that should have been dealt with at the licensing stage. You should have eliminated that. Do you agree with me, Prof?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Number 2, the type of patients selected for the NGOs and lack of preparations for the NGOs. Now, a portion of this question has been, you have addressed it with my colleague, Mr. Prof. But again, it goes back to, I think it's part of the preparation process that you were talking about. Now, the evidence that is on record is that NGOs did not get to choose the type of patients that they were given to at the end. Somewhere there is an incident at Precious Angels where they expected to receive children, and at the end of the day, they got adult patients. So you'll also agree with me that this oversight or failure cannot be attributed to the NGOs.
So, to my knowledge, It cannot be. To my awareness, and it would have to be further determined whether or not they really did have no choice. But to our knowledge, they were not aware of the patients that they were receiving. And in my experience in our district, we were not aware of the patients we were receiving and the conditions.
And also in your experience, Prof, it would be something that you yourself would not do. You wouldn't just take patients and drop them off at a without having communicated and tested its competency, so that you know that these people are being left in the right hands. You are matching, Prof. The period between June and August, we speak of a spike. I think it's in page 37852.
Yes.
In particular, I wanted us to look at, because I'm more interested in the question of the spike that keeps being referred to.
What page is that? You said
37852.
I don't think it's what you are referring to here. I don't know. Because here, which years are you talking about? Are you not talking about 2016? It's not what you... Perhaps Prof can assist, I think.
No, the graph is a fact.
Are you
Where is the graph? It's not on this page. Am I correct, Prof?
It's 37852, my lady.
37852. I'm on the page.
Yes.
So at the top of the page is a table.
Yes, table 3.
What I think Council might be referring to is that in the number of deaths, this is during the investigation. So the number of deaths in May was 3. This jumped to 11 in June and to 25 in July, 22 in August. And then it came down to 8 in September. Is that what Council is referring to? So it's the jump from 3 to 11 to 25, 22, they're back down.
Okay, no, that's fine. I thought you wanted to refer to that graph.
The graph
shows that spike in the months of May, June, and I think in July.
July, yeah.
Yes,
July
I thought
August.
that is what he referred to, but if he wants to refer to this page, that's fine.
I think it's the same information represented.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yes.
So, Prof, when looking at this, let's look at 2016. April, no death. May, 3. June, 11. Then 25. Then 22. And then there is a sharp drop. Do you see that, Prof?
Yes.
Have you been able to determine why there was this sharp decline? The initial, if we are assuming that it's because people were being moved in numbers, then there is now all of a sudden, there is this sharp decline from 22 to now 8. What is the cause of that?
Of the sharp decline?
Correct.
We can't be absolutely certain of the cause of that. This is why we did the analysis after the investigation as well, to try and work out. And we can only look for associations. Okay. So what associate, but the thing is there were no longer any people being transferred out after the end of June. So one of the, and this again is coming from other data as well, from other cohorts of people with mental illness, such as the ones from overseas, the rate of death drops after the first few months, okay? And one of the possibilities put forward is that the most frail people in the cohort have died. So you are left with more resilient people who can stay alive and have a better survival prospect. Another is that we could have adjusted the care, the level of care. And in this instance, compared to Europe, we were very different because we rescued. We took people into the academic hospitals. We took them away from the closed NGOs that weren't able to provide. And we brought people in to a better, into a better resourced care scenario. So that would have been protective and helped prevent further deaths. So so all we can do is list possible reasonable explanations, okay, for the decline in deaths. But two important factors were that we had stopped transferring people out, and we in fact had started closing particular NGOs which were not able to care and transferring either the individual patient or even the whole NGO itself into a more supportive environment.
Okay, Prof.
Okay.
But using the same logic, Prof, let us look at 2015. April 4, May 6, June spike 13, July 15, August 9, and then September again a decline.
Yes.
Now, what was happening here?
So this is exactly what everybody keeps talking about. Was it winter? Okay. So this is from the live Esidimeni data that we had, that we received. And these were Excel spreadsheets of the years. So we just had a look to satisfy ourselves and to try and analyze what we could. So what we tried to do, and as you can see, there is a jump in the winter months, but it's not as steep a jump as a proportion, and the denominator is different, and this is why we could not pursue this analysis further. The denominator in the life Esidimeni cohorts is really just the number of people that they had. So they could have had more new ones coming in all the time. We didn't reduce that denominator each time somebody died. The cohort isn't stable. So it is an incredibly crude descriptive picture. It is not a highly refined statistical analysis that, like the one we did after the investigation. So we did this. So as you can see, there is a jump in from May to June to July for both years. And then it drops off in August. So it drops off earlier than amongst the cohort that were transferred out. The jump wasn't as high. And as a percentage of the volume of people, it's a far less jump in the spike. And that's what the graph below shows, where we put the percentage in of their total number of beds. Okay.
But there is a factor there that winter is also something to be factored in, maybe not as significant as what you were focusing on being the transfer, but it's nonetheless a factor. You agree with me, Prof?
Yes, as I say, mortality data in the general population, it rises in winter. Everyone. Winter does have a factor, especially amongst frail people. The response to that is to increase care and intensity of care for people who are frail. That's what the logical response would be, is to watch more closely in winter. We did not put this as a high We felt that the other factors were
more prominent.
Yes.
Now, here is something, Prof, that also emerged from the evidence that we have received throughout this inquest. Certain patients were being transferred with one item of clothing. Some had no shoes, and this was during winter. Now, is that something that is significant? I mean, people are ill, they are sick, they are cold, and that obviously affects their quality of health.
Yes.
And you like me that cannot be attributed to the NGOs because they were receiving these people in that condition.
That is the testimony that the NGO managers that we interviewed gave us. We didn't witness that. Yes. So we had I can't corroborate it or verify that information. But if that is true, obviously with very frail people, fragile people, as I say, you would increase your intensity of care, and that is insufficient care. Yes.
And the reason I'm putting it to you, Prof, is because this evidence is uncontroverted. People, all of us who are gathered here, it was advanced, they had an opportunity to gainsay it, but nobody did. So we can accept it as evidence that is uncontested.
Just a second. Just a second, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Pishlela's
Can the witness step aside, please? Yes, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Pishlela's statement that the evidence is uncontroverted is incorrect. The direct evidence of Zanele Buthelezi, Dr. Linkwani, and Noneba Sinelo was that all the users were transferred in a satisfactory condition with sufficient clothing. Your ladyship will still recall that there was evidence that further tracksuits had been collected from a storeroom or someplace where it had been. So this evidence is contested, and it is most certainly not uncontroverted, as Mr. Pishlela states.
My lady, I understand that during the testimony of my clients, those who represent Zanele Buthelezi as is being put forward, they didn't challenge this evidence. In essence, when they testified...
Who is that? Remember, it was Mr. Van Bergen who dealt with the issue. He's the one. Zanele Buthelezi was the one who was the nursing manager.
Yes.
In Life Esidimeni, yes.
Yes. Her testimony on that point was challenged, but when my client testified, that her testimony was not challenged, and that is what I mean. Obviously, if your client's version it's diametrically opposed to my client's version, therein arises a duty for you to put.
I'm not sure about what you said, but the record is too long. I can't go back there. As far as I can remember, that was dealt with, and then he raised the issue with the witness. If I can remember, I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Pihlela.
My lady, if it's a question of us having to go back to the record, I don't think that would be necessary at this stage.
It's not, but yes.
The point that I was making to the witness is that I was actually trying to assist her because she had said.
But remember that the question that you posed to the witness, she had answered it to say if that was the case, then what? Yes, yes. Then you can leave it at there, then you'll argue the matter so that we shouldn't just be, yes.
I was speaking in passing, my lady.
Okay.
But, seems like I've attracted objections. So I'm ready to move on.
And the witness come back? Can we stay until 1:30? Perhaps we might have to take I don't know how long will you be, Mr. Pihlela?
Not long, my lady. I think a lot of has been canvassed by
Okay.
the others. So
If you can try to finish, and then we'll decide as to, I think even if we can take a 20 to 30-minute lunch break, and then we proceed after that.
I'm for that, my lady.
Okay, Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, if I may suggest that we take something similar to the tea break, a 15-minute break.
Yeah,
That
it's
would suffice.
fine. That can also suffice. I don't think there is an objection in that regard.
Yes,
Ms.
lady.
Asim?
My lady, I'm afraid I do have to object to that because the witness is very tired and has been on the stand for a while. So
Okay.
a 15-minute break would be too short. She needs to eat.
If we take the 30-minute break, should we not finish, I'm going to request that we try to take at least another 30 minutes and see if we can finish.
May I suggest, my lady, that we break now? It will have given an extended period to.
But I wanted you to finish your cross-examination so that when we come back, somebody must start. Otherwise, you'll go ad infinitum when we come back, and I don't want that. Just wrap up and finish so that you said you don't have more questions. If we give you the break, you will come back with more questions, I know.
Not me, my lady.
All right.
Yeah.
Is the witness there? Can the witness come back? Yes, all right. Continue. You'll bear with us, Prof, today.
Yes, my lady.
We want you to finish with your evidence today, if that can happen, please. Mr. Pitlela?
Prof, there's something that was testified to. I think it was Professor Pinar. It's called adjustment syndrome. I think you also alluded to the fact that people in certain conditions, they find it difficult to adjust to a new environment or something like that. I don't know if it's a psychiatric term or medical term or what. Was this also something that was factored in your graph in this report?
We didn't factor in a diagnosis like adjustment disorder in the graph, in the numbers. This was just the numbers that we looked at. Yeah.
Or you didn't consider anything that might be relevant to whether or not, maybe like you only looked at the numbers and you stuck to those numbers? Because I'm trying to.
Counsel, are you still referring to 37852 and the numbers, the peaks of numbers, the leap? I'm not quite sure what.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela, please guide the witness, because she has answered. She was not sure as to whether you were still there. You didn't even indicate to her, because as I understood your question, you were just generalizing now. You're not on that page anymore.
My lady, I'm talking about something that I would refer to as non-pathological factors, which might be relevant to the increase in mortality.
Yes, but the question is, are you still on the very same page where you had referred her previously?
No, I assume that since the court has said I should move on, then I've moved on.
Okay, so, but you must indicate to the witness.
Evidence given by Professor Pinar to say there is something called adjustment syndrome
There's a condition, a DSM condition called adjustment disorder. And it refers to the presentation usually of anxiety, depression, mood components, maybe behavioral disturbance, which is in reaction to a stressor, an immediate stressor. And it fills the criteria of a disorder because the disturbance that the person experiences, the distress, is severe subjective distress, and or the distress or the symptoms impair functioning of that person. So we would often consider that diagnosis in somebody, say, who relocates from one country to another, and they don't cope well with it. They don't function well at work in the new country because they haven't actually processed the adjustment properly. And there's manifestation in behavior, anxiety, distress, poor concentration, inability to function. So in this population group, we didn't consider that particular diagnosis. We weren't really entertaining or putting any new diagnoses here. But we, as I keep saying, the transition from one care place to another is an enormous stressor, okay? And the population groups are people who would experience adjustment disorder more than somebody else is very often somebody who's had past trauma or got an underlying mental health condition, or, you know, they're vulnerable in some ways, whereas another person who's highly resilient mentally would adjust more easily and they wouldn't develop a disorder. This particular population group is extremely fragile. The stress of the move would have been enormous, and the capacity to cope with it and to process it psychologically would have been very limited. That's why they were in this kind of care setting, because they actually found it difficult just to live in society because society is not adapted for their disability. So there's no doubt, and this is why we put as our primary reasoning for this spike of deaths, even though it coincides with the winter months, and winter might have contributed to development of illnesses like pneumonia, the primary reasoning and link is with the transition process, the transfer from one care setting to another, and causing stress, triggering a cascade of stress response physiologically in terms of hormones and neurological responses and cardiovascular responses, making a person vulnerable physiologically. Never mind the psychological adaptations. Adjustment disorder is perhaps more reflective of a psychological adaptation to stress. Whereas here, I think we were dealing with both psychological and physiological adaptation to the stress. Okay.
But in conclusion, Prof, it's a factor, the issue that you mentioned, the stress that is caused by being moved from one place to an environment and so on. It is a factor that we can that can contribute to the increase in mortality.
Absolutely, yes.
And it will not be you will not be able to detect it during an autopsy per se, correct, Prof?
No, what the autopsy would detect is the physiological response, the evidence of the end stage physiological response. So and the autopsy, they don't, they can't, they wouldn't detect the process that arises to that response. So they would examine the dead tissue and see how that the body has responded to the stress, the end of it.
Do you have any example in your experience, maybe something for us to look out for?
I have not. I don't.
But also when you are examining that dead tissue, you'd have to look for it specifically. It would have to be something that points you to it. It's not something that can just manifest and you can easily say, like maybe let's say dehydration, for instance, where a person obviously you'll see their skin and eyes and so on. This one is something that you'd have to go and look for specifically to eliminate it.
Just a second, the witness, you need not respond if Ms. Mahasim.
Lady, the witness is not a pathologist.
Thank you.
So she's not able to answer this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but my lady, with respect, the witness is in a position to say if she cannot answer. It's to say that
That's
she
why
cannot.
I always say, once you say that there is an objection, please just step aside as a witness. Now the witness is saying. She's not
No, let's
All
move
right.
on. Now.
You can move on, Mr. Pitlela. The witness is not a pathologist. You can just move on, please.
Okay. Doctor, there's two more things that I want to converse with you. These are under those factors that might have contributed to the high mortality rate, and they have not been specifically identified anywhere in the reports. As you have said, you are not focusing on those factors, you are focusing on other factors. And this one, it's the issue of side effects from the use of medication. And this would be related to relapses. Now, in respect of the medication that was being used, we heard at length about something called clozapine. Seems to be a favorite in government institutions. Now, you'll agree with me that this medication in particular, this drug, has got very severe side effects. Especially if not properly administered.
Yes, it potentially, it may
Yes.
potentially have severe side effects.
Yes. And some of its side effects, I don't want to dwell too much on this aspect because, and this is I'm borrowing from some of the evidence by Dr. Talatala. Clozapine, for instance, it is, apologies, my lady.
Yes. Okay, as long as we can hear you.
Yeah, I apologize. They expected that I'm on lunch, so.
Okay.
This clozapine, it is said to have significant morbidity and mortality associated with, including adrenal cytosis.
Just hold it there. Just hold it there. There is a problem, Ms. Hasim. Because the first thing, I don't want to jump the gun, but there was a question I was asking myself, why specifically this witness number 2? Where are you reading from? Thank you, Ms. Hasim.
My lady, I think that if Mr. Pitlela is going to ask a question about what Dr. Talatala said about a drug, he needs to show her his report, what he said. Take it
That's
to the
why
specific,
my concern was, where is he reading?
For the specific paragraph.
Because you said you are taking this from his evidence. Just to save time, Mr. Pitlela, because I think you've gone over. It's now 1:20, please.
My lady, I think the point wasn't so much what Dr. Talatala said. Side effects are side effects. Even on the bottle of a medicine, it's listed there. So what I wanted what I'm driving to, because I've spoken in particular of clozapine, and I've indicated to the witness that I'm dealing with the question of side effects, and these are factors that contribute to the death of a particular person. These are non-pathological factors. And the witness has already indicated we've dealt with the issue of adjustment syndrome. We are now dealing with the issue of side effects. So I couldn't just say to the witness, can side effects be a contributory factor to to the death of a person without referring the witness to a particular medication. And I've indicated as well that this medication is quite preferred in the government institutions.
That's not.
So that is where we are. I'm not challenging the witness and comparing her knowledge of medication to that of Dr. Talatala. I'm merely referring to a medication.
Yes, we understand that. Mr. Sim, yes.
Yes, my lady, I have no objection to Mr. Pitlela raising this in respect of this particular drug. My request is, please point her to the paragraph in Dr. Talatala's report where he deals with it, so she can see directly what he says, as opposed to Mr. Pitlela's interpretation of what he says. That's all.
What I understand is you are reading somewhere. So the question is, if that is something else, but now your explanation, it appears you researched yourself what that means, because it looks like you are not now following the evidence of Dr. Talatala. What you just mentioned was that Talatala mentioned mentioned the medication itself. So you want to know the problem with that medication.
The point that I was putting to the witness, my lady, is the issue of side effects. To say side effects can also be regarded as a factor. Remember, my lady, we are talking to things that might not have contributed to the death of these people.
But it must be clear to the witness when you said Dr. Talatala mentioned that particular drug, right?
Yes, my lady. Maybe I'm moving too fast because I moved from Dr. Talatala mentioning clozapine, and now I'm dealing with the side effects. I didn't say that.
Okay, so this has nothing to do, because that's not how, if I understood Mr. Sim, this has got nothing to do with what Dr. Talatala mentioned now, where you are. You just mentioned that he mentioned this in his evidence, the name of the drug, not what you are reading to the witness.
Because what I'm reading, that's what I'm saying, side effects appear on the bottom of the list.
Yes, I get that. Mr. Sim?
Well, my lady, my concern is heightened then, because I don't know. I thought that Mr. Pitlela was reading from, something that's already on the record. So
yes,
he could share where he's reading from. That will help all of us.
My lady, with respect, side effects, like I say, this is public. It's knowledge that is in the public domain. So now every time I mention something, I have to.
Can you just ask the question without reading what you are reading, Mr. Pitlela?
Okay, my lady. Then
please, because this is going to detain us for quite some time.
And I also want to finish, man.
Is the witness back?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Thank you. Continue, Mr.
Ma'am, as I mentioned before, we were interrupted. There is medication called clozapine. This name, clozapine, emerged from the testimony of Dr. Talata. What I was putting to you, the side effects that I was putting to you, those are not what was mentioned by Dr. Talata. You understand me so far? I'm mentioning the side effects of clozapine as they are known to everybody who has taken an interest in this drug. Yes. I'm not saying Dr. Talatala said these are the side effects, and so you must accord. No.
Okay, what is the question, Mr. Pitlela?
I've noted that as one of the side effects, it lists also aspiration pneumonia, myocarditis, and seizures. Yes.
So I would not agree with the aspiration pneumonia, but it does definitely could cause myocarditis, possibly, and it does is known to lower the seizure threshold. especially at higher doses. So it may potentiate seizures.
Okay.
Maybe for the
You have been answered.
Oh, the court doesn't want to know what myocarditis means.
Okay, you can deal with that quickly.
Yeah, because I'm passing on. I just wanted the court to know what myocarditis is.
Continue.
So myocarditis is inflammation of the cardiac muscle, of the heart muscle.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and the person could go into cardiac failure, pulmonary edema.
Okay.
Any links, my lady, will address them in closing arguments, linking them together with the autopsies and so on.
Okay.
So this witness is not being called upon for that purpose. I want to move to the issue of the care plan. Some of these things, this medication and side effects, diets, those are things that ordinarily should appear in this care plan. You agree, doctor?
Yes.
And now to expect a lay person to be able to come up with a comprehensive care plan, that would be unreasonable. Do you agree, doctor?
Yes.
And if I may add, would actually amount to sort of an abdication of responsibility, because we know that the overall responsibility in terms of law is on the Department of Health to take care of mental health care users. So by transferring them without this care plan to NGOs who are admittedly lay persons, in respect of the five that I'm representing, the four people that I'm representing, that would amount to actually an abdication of responsibility. Do you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. That you can't reasonably expect a person to understand this. It's not even remotely within their scope.
Thank you, Prof. Just my last two questions. Let's go to 6.6.1. It's page 37859. It's 37859. Mr. Prof has touched on this, but my question is different. I'm looking at paragraph 6.6.1.
Okay, I got that.
Where you are speaking of a memorandum of understanding.
Yes.
Yes. Now, in particular, this memorandum of understanding, you note the second paragraph from the bottom.
Yes.
That the Gauteng Department of Health committed to monitoring compliance with the term and conditions for the subsidy. However, there were no commitment made by the Gauteng Department of Health to the NGO regarding the clinical or other care of mental health care users. Just for the benefit of the court and to put it in a proper perspective, you'll tell me if you agree with me. So, in a sense, you are saying the Department of Health was only looking at the question of money, the subsidy, but they were not really looking at the care that was being given there. Am I understanding it correctly, especially the last part?
So
to put it in simple terms,
okay.
If you can, Prof. Yes.
So, my lady, what this represents is our observations as the expert panel of the memorandum of agreement between the department and the NGOs.
Yes.
And it refers to it's what we perceived on perusing that memorandum.
Yes.
Is that what the department offers is the subsidy, and they have some recommendations of how the subsidy should be used. And they also offer, or they commit to monitoring the compliance with that subsidy.
Mm.
And in return, they expected a whole load of things from the NGO for that subsidy. So our understanding was that the actual clinical medical care is not included as part of that agreement.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're saying clinical or other care?
The medical healthcare. The expectation of the NGO is that they would be responsible for the money that they received. They would use it wisely. So that's the financial stewardship. The NGO would provide housing and infrastructure, food and clothing, and would provide rehabilitation and stimulation programs for people with intellectual disability or conditions which could be rehabilitated, as well as transport.
All right.
And
yes, Mr. Bickel.
This was supposed to be provided from that budget of 110 per day.
Yes.
Yes, can we conclude this? I think I'm looking at the time now for us to take the lunch adjournment.
Yeah, I'm almost done, my lady. It's just a follow-up to that. So on 37869, that is where you were saying that the memorandum of agreement was one-sided.
37869.
Yes, 37869.
All right, and you're referring to the very last paragraph there?
Yes.
F. Paragraph
yes.
F.
Where you were saying
and
it was physically...
We said the memorandum of agreement between the department and the NGOs does not appear to be a document arising out of a consultative process.
Yes.
And we felt that this is, again, reflecting our thoughts and considerations of that agreement, that it was one-sided, in that it stipulates what the NGOs should satisfy without commitment by the department to provide the necessary resources.
Yes, yes.
And those we specified as being infrastructure and specialist clinical support, managerial support and salaries to ensure stable staff complements.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason I referred you to that portion was because of the answer that you gave in respect of the issue of consultations. Remember when Mr. Kofi was asking you, you spoke about there should have been consultations between the NGOs and the department, and that they were part of the planning and so on. So that was the reason why I referred you to that. My lady, in the interest of time, I think I should conclude here. If any issue I have not dealt with specifically, it should not be held against me in my closing arguments.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take the lunch adjournment. It's 1:34. Can we resume at 2:05? The witnesses want court agents. Thank you.
Yes, court, please.
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
not to have any follow-up on it. I just wanted to understand something with regard to the comparison to the population. And my question in that regard is whether this population that we're speaking about, whether it was a comparison between the mental health care users and people that are normal and healthy like the rest of us. That is the question that I had, my lady. And that ties off everything.
I don't want to jump the gun, but can I check Ms. Hasim? Or can we proceed, Ms. Bandlena?
Thank you, my
Okay.
lady. I think it's fine for Mr. Pitlela's one question to be asked. If it's more than that, we may run into difficulties.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
Prof, I apologize. There's just one question that I had. I wanted to know, when the comparison was done, was it being done between the mental health care users and the general population, meaning normal healthy people, or was it a particular portion of the population like this with similar characteristics as the mental health care users?
No, it was with the general population, which comprises everybody, healthy and unhealthy. Okay, so it was to compare what the mortality rate per age group in this group with what one would expect in the general population of South Africa. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. My lady, that's my question.
Okay. Ms. Bandland, do we have to wait for Ms. Sim now? Because I think Mr. Pinar has to start.
Thank you, my lady. No, I wasn't clear. I'm here on behalf of the witness at the moment, so it's fine for us to proceed.
All right. Mr. Pinar, do you still have questions for the witness?
May it please the court, my lady, I have a few questions, and the questions will relate primarily to the nature of the transferring of mental health care users in the process of the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract or service level agreement.
I didn't get that.
Sorry, my lady, my questions are primarily related to the nature of the transfer of mental health care users and the effect it could have, or the consequences thereof, on mental health care users.
All right.
May it please the court, my lady. Professor, I'm Advocate W.F. Pinar, representing Ms. Hannah Jacobus, an official in the Gauteng Department of Health and the Mental Health Division or Section. A good afternoon to you, madam. Professor, I have listened, hopefully, studiously to your evidence. And if I understand it correctly, mental health care users, they are frail people. Is that correct? Sorry, my lady.
You are muted.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Pardon me. This population group was a population group of frail mental health care users.
Are they also very vulnerable?
And vulnerable, yes.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, Professor, any sudden move, changes that's happening, which they not properly, or they have not been properly taken into consideration, causes severe stress and anxiety for them.
Yes.
Now, am I correct in the proposition that when mental health care users, or let me rather put it in a singular, when a mental health care user is transferred from one institution to another, it's a time-consuming process. Is that correct?
It should be, yes.
And the reason for the time that it takes is to ensure that the fears, the anxieties, and the distress that a mental health care user is subjected to is managed and controlled in a controlled environment as far as possible.
That's the psychological stress aspect. You would want to ensure that the preparation and that the awareness on the other side of the physical and mental health needs are addressed, or that there's preparation.
And that would also include also proper preparation with regard to underlying physiological disabilities such a mental health user may be suffering from.
Yes.
Or a comorbidity, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, Professor, it's preferable to transfer medical health care users one at a time rather than in huge numbers or batches.
Yes.
Because the more the numbers, the bigger the batch, the more the anxiety, the more the distress they've been subjected to, or physiological or psychological distress they've been subjected to.
It's not just that, the more the health and I would rather say group than batch. And I would say the larger the group of people coming in at once needing healthcare attention puts a demand on the healthcare service, the receiving facility, as well as a demand on the service that they're leaving. It means that everybody must be equally prepared simultaneously. That's quite intensive. And then it means when they arrive, you've got to receive each person with an equal amount of care, and that's labor intensive. So it puts a huge strain on both systems, those where the system that the person is leaving or service, and the service that the person is entering are under strain because of related to the numbers of people who must be attended to at once.
And Professor, sorry, when the transfer is effected after daylight hours at night time, does that exacerbate the anxiety and psychological distress mental health care users are subjected to?
It would exacerbate the stress anyone's subjected to, and it exacerbates the stress on the service on both sides, because we reduce staff numbers at night. We limit the numbers of interventions at night.
Now, Professor, taking all these factors into consideration, would it be correct to say where large numbers of medical health care users are transferred, it's a time-consuming process?
Yes, I mean, to say it's a time-consuming process makes it sound like it's a normal process. It's not normal.
No, I'm not meaning in the normal sense, sorry.
And it would be something that should only be done under duress and extreme circumstances. Yeah.
Now, Professor, would it be correct to intimate that it could take up to 9 years, 9 months, sorry, not 9 years, 9 months for a mental health care user to become settled in a new environment when he or she is transferred?
It could, yes. It can take time. It takes time. We usually use 3 months as an adjustment period. So when people battle after 3 months to adjust to a stressor, that's when we start going towards disorder. But for somebody who's very vulnerable, it often takes longer than 3 months to adjust. Yes.
Where do you get this 9 months, Mr. Pienaar, if you can?
Sorry, my lady, that's
Yes.
information I obtained doing investigations prior to my cross-examination. That's why I determined, I asked it, put it in the form of a question to determine.
Right. Okay, continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Sorry, Professor, I just want to collect my thoughts. Yeah. The Life Esidimeni termination project had to commenced in January 2016, had to be finalized by 30 June 2016. Taking into consideration the time period of 6 months, it amounts to a very short time to effect a transfer with the least possible adverse effects for medical healthcare users. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes.
And if I understood your evidence, Professor, correctly, the proper care and the need for care of medical health care users are of prime importance at all times, specifically when transfer has been effected.
Yes.
And would you agree with me, Professor, that a period of 6 months to effect a proper transfer of medical health care users, taking in consideration the factors you enumerated to provide proper care for medical health care users, appears to be extremely unfavorable and not proper to provide such care.
Yes.
Then, Professor, we heard evidence that in the, I'm not saying this is the exact figure, but the number of medical healthcare users to be transferred from Life Esidimeni facilities amounted to about 1,800 odd users. So this was actually an exercise or operation of magnitude. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it was the operation of magnitude.
And as such, the planning should have taken into consideration the time period required for mental health care users to settle in after transfers have been effected.
Yes.
In order to answer their needs as vulnerable and frail members of the community.
Yes.
And would I be correct in that planning process of this magnitude of transfers to be effected? the planning would have required checks and balances to ensure that the transfers are effected in a manner that at all times protects the needs and requirements and the care required for medical health care users in a process of transfer.
Well,
And subsequent to that.
that should happen as a matter of course for any transfer.
And these checks and balances, one would expect, if I understand your evidence correctly now, Professor, is to ensure that the frailty of the medical healthcare users are kept foremost at all times.
Yes, you need to be, yes, you need to be aware of the level of disability, the comorbid illnesses, the stressors, the ability to process the stress all the time.
Lady, if the court would just bear with me. Professor, would you agree with me that a process or a project of this magnitude is commenced with in a short time period of 6 months actually amounts to reckless conduct, irresponsible, reckless conduct?
I think our words were that it was irrational. We couldn't see any rational purpose for this sudden termination and rushed transfer.
But being irrational, would it be incorrect to say it could also be irresponsible? Because it appears, or we've heard no evidence of any checks or balances ever being put in place.
So Council and my lady, I'm just not entirely clear what Council is asking. And is this irresponsible in a very general value-based term? Or is this irresponsible of an individual person or of the institutions? So on whose account is this irresponsibility that I'm being asked to provide an opinion on?
Mr. Pienaar?
Professor, pardon the fact that I was not clear sufficiently, but what I'm trying to get at, we've heard it's a time-consuming process. It's a short period of 6 months in which a large number of mental health care users are required to be moved. Without checks and balances being in place to ensure the well-being and care of the mental health care users at all times. In that regard, in that sense of the implementation, as you've testified, and I agree with your testimony in that regard, in your conclusion, it was irrational.
Mm.
In that sense, I'm asking, my question is it also irresponsible conduct, be it on the side of the Gauteng Department of Health or its officials, or the planning project or the management project team, or whatever the case may be?
So if we go to our discussion in the expert panel report, on 37867, we commented on the decision by the Department of Health to terminate the contract. And we commented that this decision to relocate the patients from the Like Esidimeni centers was fundamentally flawed, irrational, unwise, and inhumane. And we justify our reasonings for that. And I think, my lady, what the council is asking is, do we consider that the decision to do this and to embark on this project was irresponsible? I would agree. It was irresponsible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. May the court just bear with me, my lady. Professor, I've got one final issue. If I understood your evidence correctly, you made mention of the fact mental health care users, due to their psychiatric conditions, which can be extremely severe, they could also suffer from comorbidities, which could also be severe. And I don't say in all cases, but many cases, I suppose they would have been prescribed medication for their psychological conditions, as well as medication for their comorbidities.
That's correct, yes.
And if the wrong medication is administered, it could have severe adverse effects on such a person or patient.
That's correct.
Now,
yes.
if I understood your evidence further correctly, you indicated if a person was suffering from epilepsy and the cause of death is indicated as seizures or extreme seizures, that's a natural cause of death.
Yes.
But if there were additional circumstances which could have resulted in an adverse reaction, for example, incorrect medication being provided to such a mental health care user, or him not receiving or she not receiving it, that could also have a severely adverse effect.
Yes.
And would that then, that circumstance, this additional circumstance, could then result in an unnatural cause for death?
No, you don't qualify whether it's unnatural or natural on that kind of circumstance. The unnatural deaths are usually deaths from homicide, suicide, trauma, road injuries. It's an external force inflicted on the body which results in death. The body's unable to withstand that external force. In this situation, these circumstances precipitated a natural cause of death, which was most likely preventable. So just because it's natural does not mean it's okay. It's not okay that the person died. It was preventable. The person could have not died if they got their medication or the proper care. So the term natural does not imply that it doesn't count, that it doesn't matter, or that it's not premature, or that it hasn't been accelerated death. It just points to the fact that it's caused by an illness, a natural course of illness. We hope to interrupt with our medication. We hope to delay death with our health system, our health care. We don't want to bring it forward.
Thank you, Professor. So these are the circumstances you relate or refer to, if I understand you correctly.
Yes.
Now, Professor, I accept the post-mortem dockets on the deceased mental health care users were never presented to you.
That's correct.
And as it's already been indicated, you're not a pathologist as such.
That's correct. Not as such. I am not a pathologist.
Yes, but can I inquire whether maybe you can enlighten me in this regard? Is it possible to determine whether the substance provided to a medical health care user was not for that specific condition that he or she was suffering from? And what I'm trying to say, are there any tests that can be done ex post facto? For example, histological tests for such a substance. I don't know. I'm asking whether you are aware. If you're not, fine, I'm accept that.
So what you can do, as far as I'm aware, is you would identify, and I know they identified clozapine in the stomach contents or bloodstream of one of the deceased at least. You can't, the pathologist would not know whether the clozapine was prescribed for that individual person or not, or correctly or incorrectly administered. That would have to come from the clinical record, yes, from the clinical history. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
That is why I think when the pathologists were testifying, some of questions of that nature, they were saying they are referring to the clinicians. As far as I can recall, yes.
That's correct, my lady.
If I may check, is Miss Hasim there? Oh, she's still not yet back. Okay.
She's not back, but I'm here, my lady.
All right, that's
my
fine.
lady, let me take this opportunity then just to remind my colleague, Mr. Pienaar, that there are limits to the experience and knowledge that this witness is able to share with the courts.
She's not a pathologist.
Exactly.
Yes. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady, I was well aware of that. That's why I put it to the professor. I'm aware of the fact she's not a pathologist, but be that as it may, my lady, this concludes my cross-examination for Professor. Professor, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pienaar. Mr. van Bergen, are you ready?
Thank you, my lady. I am ready.
I think you are the one left before Mr. Sim.
I believe so, my lady, unless someone else wants to have a second bite at the cherry. No disrespect to the
Just a second, I see there is a hand by Mr. Sibara. And yesterday I asked everyone, I don't know, there was no response from Mr. Sibara's team. So I don't know.
My apologies, my lady.
And nobody told me anything as to what was happening.
My lady, if I can just simply
I can't even see you.
Just a second, my lady. I'm just trying to put my camera. My lady, I don't think that is correct. Even colleagues will confirm that.
What is not correct, Mr. Sibara?
The court is saying the court called us. We did not respond. We were attending the proceedings. We request reserve our cross-examination later. It was even noted by the court.
When, yesterday?
Yes.
I don't recall that. Okay, that's fine. If that is the case, that's fine. So do you have questions?
I just
yes, because I was worried it was not you alone. If my memory still serves me well, I think even Miss Foster, the response by Mr. Sonnepoel came very, very, very late. I don't know. Mr. van Bergen, let's not waste time on this, Mr. Sibara. Yes.
If I may assist, my apologies. I've just checked my notes. Mr. Sigano is correct. He did reserve his
Okay. No, that's
examination.
That's
And
okay.
Mr. Shabangu
Yes.
also did.
Yes. Mr. Shabangu and Mr. Yes, I can see here. Mr. Sibara, I'm not used to you keeping quiet. That if I may, before I ask for the witness.
We don't have questions to the witness, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Do you have
My lady, I
questions?
don't have questions.
Thank you. Is there any other person? Because if I check here, it was only Miss Ramela. She also reserved. If I think my notes, according to my notes, Miss Ramaimela.
My lady, we did indicate that we do not have questions for the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May it please the court, my lady, sorry to interrupt, but if I remember correctly, Mr. Martin said when he concluded his cross-examination, he reserved the right, should it be a need arise, for further questions.
Where is he? He must speak for himself. He's
May it please the court.
I'm here in his stead, my lady. There is nothing further from us that has arisen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you then proceed, Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Giving a background or a synopsis of the issues that I wish to traverse. The first aspect relates to the aspects that should be taken into account when planning an exercise such as transfer as occurred in this instance. And I'm not going to address the whole range, but will concentrate on specific aspects insofar they pertain to life Esidimeni.
Yes.
Then secondly, I will deal with the professor's evidence regarding the effect of multiple transfers.
Yes.
I will thirdly deal with the type of patients who were being cared for at Life Esidimeni and the impact of the severity of their conditions in this whole process and the outcome. Then the professor had a question. She said she didn't know why some patients were sent to hospital and some to NGOs, and I will present evidence that will address that aspect purely to enable her to comment should she wish to comment thereon. And then I will deal with the so-called death statistics, my lady, and then there are a few loose standing items that I will just wish to obtain clarity on, but those are the main issues that I wish to address with the witness. And although I know it's a promise that is more often broken than kept, I will endeavor to be as brief as possible.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I don't see the witness.
I can see the witness. I don't know, maybe there's a problem from your side.
I'm here.
I have been experiencing.
If I can find out, are there
She's
others
visible
who are not?
this side, my lady.
Yes, I can see him. I can see her.
Yes, she's visible, my lady.
My lady, can I exit and come
Please
back?
do.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I'm back in. This time I can see the witness. Oh, now I can see your ladyship as well.
Okay.
Professor, if I may just introduce myself. My name is Harry van Bergen. I appear for Esidimeni in these proceedings. Professor, perhaps to dispose of a number of aspects that played a part in prior cross-examination, I wish at the outset to propose or make the proposition that in these proceedings, in order to determine the cause of death of a patient or a mental health care user, and more particularly whether any particular person can be held liable for such death, requires one to have regard to the specific facts pertaining to each of the deceased individually.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that proposition?
Yes, if you want to determine the exact cause of death of each individual person who died, you would need the facts of the case for each individual person.
Yes. One cannot adopt a blanket approach, although there may be factors which may have impacted on all or most of the users as far as the cause of death is concerned. One cannot, with a broad brush, identify any such broad issue as a cause of death without investigating the individual circumstances of each deceased.
That's yes, but in investigating the predisposing factors, you can examine the general predisposing factors for the group and what would cause a rise in mortality amongst a group, a subpopulation group such as this.
Yes,
that is legitimate.
Yes, that is one of the aspects that I had in mind when I said there may be certain issues that would be common to all of the deceased.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Professor, on that basis, and I wish to place that on record so that there's no misunderstanding, I am not going to address issues such as allegations of users not having been properly clothed or having been malnourished or such with you, because that would fall under the heading of, did that pertain to a particular user or not? And did it impact on that particular deceased? Would you agree?
It might fall under that heading, yes.
Yes. And for that reason, I am going to look at probably the broader issues, such as the one that you identified. And I want to start off at page 37838 of the expert panel report. And you commenced by referring to the documentation you received, and amongst that was a summary report by the Gauteng Department of Health, in which they proffered as reasons for the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni and the subsequent transfer of the mental health care users Mainly two reasons. The one is to improve cost sustainability, and the second to upscale community mental health services. Now, Professor, I assume both, well, not I assume, both of those, of course, are aspects that have to be investigated. But would one not perhaps start by looking at the cohort of mental health care users that one intends to move and to determine whether a move will in fact be in the best interests of those particular users?
You mean start in the planning process or in the decision-making process? Yes.
Yes. Because isn't that the first issue that has to be determined? Should we move these mental health care users, and will it be to their advantage and their best interest for them to be moved?
The first issue that has to be determined is what course of action or care plan is in the best interest of this person, regardless of whether you want to move or not move. Clinically, your first issue is to determine a care plan, including the best setting for the care, which is in the best interests of that person.
Yes.
Within your capabilities and resources.
And would that then entail an assessment of the cohort on the one hand, and also assessment of individual users within the cohort to determine whether their present circumstances are optimal given available resources and so forth, or whether there is a better alternative where they would perhaps do better, and not only in a medical sense, but also in a human rights sense.
Yes, I would agree.
Now, Professor, you testified at one stage in your evidence that, and I must just find my note, the court will just bear with me. And this related to your response to hearing that a number of mental health care users had died. And you said you had never anticipated deaths. And I understood that to be not only you, but also your colleagues in SASOP who had been involved in attempts to dissuade the Department of Health from its course of action. And the note I made, and I just want to make sure I got it right, is that you referred to some of the pathology of the mental health care users involved, and you said we did not realize these patients were being cared for at Life Esidimeni. And you went further and said patients from Life Esidimeni had additional needs that we had not anticipated as experts, and you commented that they were much more frail and much more fragile than had been anticipated.
Yes, that's correct.
Professor, given that ex post facto knowledge, isn't that something that the Department of Health should have looked at right at the outset? Namely, can we move these people? And I don't mean that with disrespect when I say these people. Can we move these mental health care users?
Yes.
With safety and to their benefit?
Yes, it is.
There is evidence that, and this is uncontested evidence, that 60% of the mental health care users at Life Esidimeni facilities at the time had been considered non-dischargeable because of the severity of their conditions, because of their inability to care for themselves, both from a mental and physical perspective, and their need for a structured environment. Were you perhaps aware of this figure?
I was not aware of the 60% figure, but I was aware that periodicals had been completed, as according to the Mental Health Care Act, indicating that the clinical recommendation was that the person remain at Life Esidimeni for the reasons that you've given.
Yes.
As per individual case.
Come again?
Under the Mental Health Care Act, if you feel as a clinician that the person must remain in a more restrictive environment as an assisted user, you complete an annual report to the review board justifying why that person stays in that environment. And it's related to the psychiatric or mental illness, the capacity or disability of that person, and the kind of environment that the person requires in order to remain healthy.
Okay.
And they need to be in a hospital type of environment.
Continue, Mr. Kondaki.
Thank you, my lady. Professor, given that background, and it's perhaps a rhetorical question, but to me it seems that makes the decision to have trans users even more irrational than you and your colleagues found in your report.
Yes, it supports our finding that it was completely irrational.
Now, given the severity of the conditions, you referred to international studies that you looked at. Can you perhaps mention whether in any of those studies there was a comparison between let me just rephrase, between the cost of community-based care as opposed to institution for severe compromised patients as opposed to those who?
No.
Would you, with your experience, what would your opinion be? Would the cost of community-based care of severely compromised mental health care users, would that be cheaper in a community, but in a setting such as Life Esidimeni?
Analysis that we referred to in our article is an analysis, a thorough economic analysis of the cost of community-based care compared to institutional care, but not necessarily of people with very severe conditions. And find it was cheaper than institutional care. For people with very severe conditions, you still need nursing care. You still need hospital care when they need it intermittently. you need medications. You need appropriate feeds, and especially for nasogastric feeds. There could be at the very least the same. The cost of additional transporting back and forth to clinics would be more. You have to access external clinical interventions on the placement. So, for example, at an NGO, they are effectively outside the health system, and they have to transport people into the health system to get care. You still have to pay those doctors to deliver the care and the nurses at the clinic. So there's, yeah. So whether or not it would be more expensive would be, it's just based on that, but I can't, to do the actual sums, we can just understand that there's an incredible amount involved in providing adequate community-based care for people with such severe conditions that we saw in the trials of the deceased.
If I understood your evidence correctly, and that was in the context of you referred to primary health care and then also more specialized care. And what I got from that is, if one looks at the costing of the various institutions as it appears in your report, the 110 Rand per mental health care user at NGOs seems to ignore this additional cost that you referred to now in your preceding answer, namely that there must be a linkage to district clinics. There must be access to nursing services. There must be access to other disciplines, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, dentists, opticians. Now, if I understand correctly, what the Department of Health, or if I'm trying to understand their reasoning, is that they were already providing these services in the various clinics. Hence, these patients, these mental health care users, could make use of those existing clinics. But that, if one wants to use it as a cost saving, is it not?
So the reasoning does not take into account provider and patient ratios.
Yes.
It assumes that the district services can absorb more and more patients without improving or increasing the number of providers. So yes, that's fallacious.
Now, Prof, and just delving a bit further into that, was that ever a feasible option, given the parlous state of state medical facilities?
That is what I think I detailed my concerns on the 28th of April to my colleagues, trying to describe what the district services are like and the struggles we were having already. And then further letters and emails that I sent to Dr. Manamela.
Yes. My apologies, Prof, you were still talking.
No, it was my concern that there was no additional resources provided to the district health services to support the people who are going to NGOs.
Yes. Well, it's almost ironic that in the same presentation where the transfer apparently had its birth, one of the main cost drivers in the Department of Health was medico-legal claims against the department, which to a large extent can be ascribed to a lack of sufficient staff, lack of properly trained staff. And it seems that what the department was now doing was exacerbating the very problem that they were complaining about. Would you agree?
You could say that.
Sorry, it's probably speculation, so I won't take it further than that. But getting back to the knowledge about the state of state health institutions, the patient numbers, the lack of staff, does that tie in, or rather is the proof of the pudding perhaps not to be found on page 37861 of your report? That is table 8, and more specifically, the reference under the Tshwane facilities. Does your ladyship have the page?
37681.
861, my lady. 37861.
861.
861.
Okay. Yes, proceed.
And that is the reference to the letter from the Tshwane District Director of 20 October, which explained that none of the MHCUs transferred from Life Esidimeni to the Tshwane NGOs had received health services after arriving at the NGOs.
That's correct.
And I would like your comment on that. Should have been anticipated by the planners of this exercise, should it not?
Yes, it should have been.
Thank you. Prof, if I can then move over to the next point that I identified, and that is your reference to the effect of multiple transfers on users. Now, I don't know if you are aware of the sometimes with less than a night's notice change in preparation of patients who had to be transferred. Have you events?
No, I was not aware.
May I refer you, my lady, this is the affidavit by Dr. Rabia Wadvala.
Yes.
And it's 1511. And Professor, I want to specifically refer you to paragraph 23, which is 6. Now, just by way of background, or perhaps I should ask you, do you perhaps know Dr. Wadvala?
I have not met her personally. I know of her.
Right. Now, she...
I couldn't only member of the association, please.
Sorry, my lady, I'm not sure who...
These people, I don't know what to say anymore.
If I may proceed.
I always request that if you are not addressing the court, please mute yourself. I don't know what's happening now. And this seems to be consistent. Continue, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. Professor Dr. Wadvala was a member of the Mental Health Review Board. She had also been in Life Esidimeni employ at one stage, so she was conversant with the facility and the type of patients. And she was specifically appointed by Dr. Manamela together with Dr. Ghani to assist in the assessment of patients or mental health care users for purposes of transfer. In her affidavit, and I'll go back to paragraph 23, she describes quite graphically some of the experiences they had. And if I may read it into the record for you. In May 2016, the transfer process started in earnest. Waverley was given first preference for beds at Cullinan and Weskoppies for MHCUs that required a structured setting due to the Gauteng Department of Health officials working at the West Rand GOs to establish whether they were ready to receive MHCUs. A few days before 12 May 2016, we were informed that Chepong was ready to receive 70 MHCUs and that they had to be male, intellectually disabled and ambulant MHCUs. Dr. Kota, he was a clinician at the facility, saw the MHCUs and he had discussion with me regarding the identity of the MHCUs from the different wards. On very short notice on 11 May 2016 at 1600, the manageress from Chepong called and advised that she could no longer have the intellectually disabled male MHCUs. The Life Esidimeni staff had to prepare female and male psychiatric MHCUs not older than a specified age. The morning of 12 May 2016, we had to select 70 MHCUs who fitted the profile, and they needed physical examinations, records, medication, and prescriptions. Dr. Manamela was present on the 12th, and she went into the wards during the selection process. Although the bus arrived early in the morning, it only departed late that afternoon. These type of changes caused significant upheaval, frustration, and anguish for staff and MHCUs. Prof, you mentioned earlier in reply to my learned friend Mr. Pienaar's questioning the impact of changes, sudden changes, and not only impact on mental health care users, but also on the persons responsible for preparing those users. Do you have any comment on the impact of what Dr. Voller described here?
From a clinical perspective, this is an impossible situation. It cannot be done properly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That tallies with what Dr. Tolatola's comment was as well. If I may then refer you to page 1438. This is the affidavit of Zanele Buthelezi, who was the nursing manager at the Waverley facility of Life Esidimeni. And I specifically wish to refer you to paragraph 25. Do you have it, Professor?
Just getting it now.
1438, paragraph 25.
Yes, I have got it.
No. Sister Buthelezi says the following. Initially, the process was followed that the MDT, multidisciplinary team, with Dr. Lenkwani and Mrs. Sinello, and perhaps I should just mention that Dr. Lenkwani and Mrs. Sinello were two clinicians from the Gauteng Department of Health who were at Life Esidimeni Waverley to oversee the transfer, and there will be more said about them later, would identify the MHCUs for transfer. We would be told to prepare 20 MHCUs, and they would be seen by the psychiatrist and the medical officer. The pace then started to increase significantly, and we would be told to prepare 20 MHCUs, but then the NGO would arrive, and we would be told that they were collecting 50 MHCUs. There was no time to then have the additional 30 MHCUs assessed by the MDT. We would have to rush to prepare the MHCUs, including the records, medication, personal effects, and discharge summaries. I assume your comment will remain the same about this type of situation.
It explains why they arrived to us in districts without discharge summaries and proper personal effects or medication.
Thank you, Professor. Perhaps just to underline the difficulties and also to answer your question as to why some of the users were referred to hospitals and some to NGOs, I want to refer you back to Dr. Wadvala's affidavit. I must just find the correct page number. Is paragraph again on page 1516 from paragraph 28. Do you have it, Professor?
Yes, we have it.
My lady, do you have it?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Professor. And she says the following: subsequent to the Chepong issue, the pace of the process increased. We received almost daily notification that NGOs were ready to receive MHCUs, and on some days 3 to 4 NGOs would arrive to collect MHCUs. They would arrive early in the morning, and the transport vehicles would only depart in the late afternoon. Ms. Salome Mashile, she was the Gauteng Department of Health official clinician at the Rand West Centre, would not allow the NGO staff to leave until all the requirements had been met from the Life Esidimeni side. If I may just stand still there for a moment, Professor. The evidence of Sister Buthelezi, to whom I referred earlier, Dr. Lenkwani, Ms. Noneba Sanello, and now Ms. Mashile, was that all requirements were met. Patients left with the necessary records, patients left with the necessary medication, patients left with the necessary clothing. So to the extent that it has been suggested that that was not in dispute, it is in dispute. But I don't require your comment on that. Those are factual issues. I'll proceed at paragraph 29. There were definite targets that had to be met in terms of the number of MHCUs that had to be placed. Sorry, we can skip that. We can go to 30. In June 2016, the process continued unabated. Ms. Maleka from Takalani Home, for example, would select MHCUs and they would be prepared. The next day or following days, she would change her mind or be told to accommodate other MHCUs. The selection process would have to start afresh. And now, more particularly with regard to why certain users went to certain facilities, paragraph 31, Fontaine Hospital was the hospital we had hoped would admit the bulk of our frail MHCUs who were in need of care in a hospital setting. Due to the fact that Waverley Care Centre had been given preference as it had closed first, the hospital was simply not able to take all our MHCUs earmarked for admission. Sterkfontein Hospital agreed to accept males under 60 with psychiatric conditions without physical frailty or intellectual disability. We had 10 ladies who were too psychotic for NGOs, and it required lots of motivating to get them transferred. Ms. Mashile, in fact, took the matter to a higher level to achieve the desired result. One lady had to be transferred to Sterkfontein Hospital towards the end of June 2016 because she had become verbally and physically aggressive. I think you can see from that, Professor, that the most vulnerable patients from Waverley were first transferred to hospitals. And when Rand West's turn came, there just wasn't, there weren't beds available at those hospitals for the very frail and very vulnerable MHCUs at that facility. In paragraph 32, in respect of Westkoppies Hospital, 2 nurses from there were sent to confirm that we had selected the correct type of MHCUs. We had to present the MHCUs to them, and those who were approved were collected by Westkoppies Hospital staff. The Cullinan Care Centre had accepted MHCUs from Waverley, and they were not able to provide us with as many beds as we had anticipated. Initially, it appeared to us that the intellectually disabled would be able to be accommodated. Eventually, the physically disabled, cerebral palsy, males and elderly males were not accommodated at Cullinan Care Centre. The problems other than those highlighted above were that, 1, the frail elderly ladies, those treated in sick bay at Randfontein Care Centre, remained until the end. 2, young psychiatric males who could not be accommodated at Sterkfontein Hospital, Westkoppies Hospital, or the known NGOs were there until the end. 3, some of the frail Waverley and Rand West Care Centre males were left to the end. And then the result of that, paragraph 35, those MHCUs could not be housed in general hospitals, but required to be placed in institutions like Westkoppies and Sterkfontein. On the date of their transfer, we were under the impression that they would be housed at Cullinan Care Centre, which was a hospital setting. I subsequently learned that some were placed at an NGO, Siabadinga Elderly and Disabled Project, operating from the Cullinan Care Centre premises. Others were placed in Garankuwa, although their family are from the Johannesburg and West Rand area. Professor, once again, that would explain to you why some of the very frail and most vulnerable patients ended up at the institutions that were just not suitable for them.
Yes.
And I assume you would agree that this is something that could and should have been, and without trying to squeeze a quart into a pint pot.
So this actually also supports my finding at the project planning. Meeting that I attended in April 2016, where I saw the preparation for the hospitals. And I realized that we could not make the same kind of decisions. So the academic, where they could state the type of person suitable for their setting and their facility. The district health services could not.
Yes.
We had no voice to state the type of conditions we felt we could manage. And this, I think, was related to the fact that community psychiatry is not a discipline in South Africa, whereas specialized hospitals are regarded as specialized care. Community psychiatry is not a recognized service in the health system as a whole.
Yes.
So that explains the problem. And the thought that, so what Sterkfontein Hospital within reason did is they said our hospital is meant for this type of person, which is why they did not take people with a lot of multimorbidity, because that's not the setting. But we were not in a position in the district health services, and the NGOs probably even less so, because they are lay people.
Yes.
To make any kind of specifications as to the type of person we could receive. And this confirms exactly that experience, which shocked me and made me worried as to what we were going to be receiving.
Yes. Professor, the question that came up in my mind also during my learned friend Mr. Pinar's cross-examination and also Mr. Profi and Mr. Pishlela is an NGO who was suddenly faced with patients of a nature and severity that they had never anticipated and were not qualified or competent or equipped to deal with. What should they have done? The obvious answer is they should have refused to take them. But is it really as simple as that? Can you perhaps comment?
So it's not as simple as that. So after that meeting, and we've gone through the letters in detail, we were supposed to take 80 people in Esidimeni, and there was a certain atmosphere. So I had at work walked in, and my district director, and the mental health manager were discussing, and they turned to me and they thought they had identified somewhere else that could be an NGO full of energy to please and to comply with what they were asked to do. And I really lost it, actually. And I said, absolutely not. We're not taking any more. And I really pushed very hard. I don't think I would have been listened to by the project team, but my director very fortunately listened to me. And she was on that project team, and she supported my request that we do not take any more. And that is why we stopped at 63 instead of 8, or we would have had more. Because we had a very strong feeling for the provision of community mental health services, and it was couched in those terms. It was a very stressful time for me to be saying no. And I think this was highlighted yesterday, that I did not want to be uncooperative with my employer or to say no to my employer. And I found it difficult. And this is as a highly educated person who has no job insecurity. I'm always sure of a job and an income. For a lay person who may not even have a matric, because that is not a requirement to become the head of a health establishment in the form of an NGO, to turn around to somebody from government who they probably hold in high esteem, because this is a government person, such as I held my HOD in high esteem. It would be unbelievably hard to say no, especially if you come from a background of a culture where you don't question authority, where you're not accustomed to rebelling against authority, and you've been told that you can do this and that it's fine and it's a good thing to do, and you're helping the project. The second reason why it's difficult, I would like to give you from experience in our routine administration and support of NGOs. Outside of this Life Esidimeni tragedy, we've had NGOs for many years. So they are supported, monitored by the district health services, by the mental health program in the primary care services, which is funded under primary health care, and in Gauteng, which we had this additional support where primary healthcare was funding, or the district was funding specialists. So in Esidimeni district, we have got 17 licensed NGOs now. We're very, very diligent and always have been, and this is how I have learned about it, is from my mental health manager, because it's not something we learn in psychiatry. Very diligent, very assiduous in monitoring for fly-by-night NGOs, irregular NGOs that pop up. It is unbelievably difficult to close an irregular NGO. We have managed to close some. We can't close them all. And the reason we can't close unlicensable NGOs is because people need food, they need shelter, they need support, social support, companionship. And so people will take in people who are homeless, and they're providing some sort of shelter. It turns out that a lot of the people they take in might have a severe mental illness, because that's why they're homeless. You find when you go into unlicensable NGOs, some people are dropped off by the police. They're picked up off the street. They need a home. They know of a home where such a person is welcome. So they get dropped off there to be cared for. When you go into them, you find that there are people there who have actually been advised to go there by hospitals, who have to discharge people in order to make beds for new admissions.
Excuse me.
There's nowhere else to place them. These are people whose families are unable to care for them. And the ones where we can close them are the ones where it is clear that the users do not want to be there, the residents, or the families are unhappy with the service provided. Where we cannot close them is where residents actually don't want to necessarily move. They've got a social support system in the place and food and shelter. And the families they're not asking for them to be moved. And yet we're not able to license them because they don't fill requirements for the subsidy. If we were to close them, we would have to move all of those people into hospitals, and there's no beds.
Right.
So to say no and to not take them in the first instance, right at the outset, would have been very difficult because they did not know what they were really receiving and the level of care required. And they would have had to stand up to a Department of Health. But secondly, it would have not been possible in a practical setting because there was nowhere for the people to go other than on the street.
Yes,
So,
Life Esidimeni was closed. They couldn't go back there.
They couldn't go back to Life Esidimeni. So they, as you could see, we relocated, and that was done with assistance from others.
Yeah.
To identify and relocate people into Stokefontein or Westkoppies or Cullinan or other NGOs. So from an NGO such as Precious Angels, which was not equipped at all, was rapidly closed and they were moved. But the NGO didn't fight for those people to have removed. They had people fighting for them to be accepted into another environment. So you needed some voice of authority to open the doors of the second environment for them to go.
Yeah, Prof, I don't want to curtail your evidence, but we are under time constraints. I would suggest that there's probably another reason also why they wouldn't have said take them back. And that is the evidence that there were quite a few of the NGO owners who had spent not inconsiderable amounts of money getting the NGOs ready, and it would have been a lost investment, which is probably not an unreasonable factor to bear in mind. Prof, it was put to you yesterday, or my learned friend Ms. Mbuweni referred to an audit tool that was used during the preparation process, and she said to you that that audit tool had been provided by Life Esidimeni. That is mistaken. Life Esidimeni was requested by the Department of Health to provide information regarding the mental health care users in its care. And with the information provided by Life Esidimeni, a document was prepared, quite an extensive document. I don't think it's necessary for us to look at it. But it dealt with a wide, well, almost all the factors that should be taken into account when considering transfer of a patient, age, the mental condition, the physical condition, chronicity, medication, the physical abilities, mobility, and so forth. And then there was a column or columns where it could be marked whether any particular user was to go home or to a hospital or to an NGO. Now, the suggestion was that Life Esidimeni made that decision, but the evidence of Dr. Lenkwani was very, very direct and very clear that the final decision as to where a user would go to a hospital, NGO, or home was in the hands of the Department of Health and not Life Esidimeni. So I just wanted to rectify the impression that was created. And my lady, just for record purposes, that whole debate about the audit tool and who was responsible for what can be found from page 42588 to
5882
to 42607. And that is Dr. Lenkwani's evidence.
Thank you.
Professor, I then want to step over to the what has been referred to as the death statistics, and more specifically Annexure D to Ms. Mahlongo's affidavit. I think it was LL1, but I will provide you with a page number. It starts at page 52350 and it goes through to page 52377. My lady, these are marked exhibit D1 to D10 of that affidavit. Professor, you've already excuse me, you've already commented on page 52350 and said that it is effectively useless to make any deductions from. I assume the same would apply to page 52352, which is an identical format, and also 52354. In fact, right through until page 52367.
Yes.
Is your opinion still that none of those are of any assistance in coming to any conclusions?
The lists of deaths,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
They are not.
And I assume the same can be said of the documents from 52374 to 52377.
Yes. These were just numbers of deaths per month, am I correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Now, if I may turn your attention to page 52367,
yes.
You will see that it is on a Life Esidimeni letterhead, and it has the heading under the logo, Annual Death Audit. And then it has the periods October 2012 to December 2012, January 2013 to March 2013, April 2013 to June 2013, and then July to September 2013, which goes over onto the next page.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to bark up the wrong tree, and if I'm on the wrong track, then please correct me immediately. But what was interesting to me here is this is more the name of the deceased, a patient number, the age, the years as resident at the institution, the diagnosis, That's it seems DSM diagnosis, the mental health diagnosis, then a physical disease diagnosis, the date the illness started, if known, and the date of death.
Yes.
Now, having regard to your evidence in which you said that the most vulnerable period following transfer is the first month, and that most deaths occurred in these in the subject matter of what we're dealing with within 6 months. I want to refer you to this page. This is now at the Waverley Care Centre, and you'll see the very first patient, or the first deceased, and I don't want to mention names, but he was aged 45 and he died within a month.
Yes.
There is then, in this list, no other deaths within 6 months.
That's correct.
There is a death, and that is in the period April 2013 to June 2013. The second deceased, he had been a resident for a year. I'm sorry, there is one that was within a year. The last one on that page was 7 months. So that falls outside the 6 month period that you had mentioned. Put this aside for the moment, and I'll come back with a question to it, but go to page 52371. And here, this is now for the Witpoort Care Centre, and it is for the period April 2014 to March 2015. You will see that the last deceased in May 2014, time as resident was 4 days, and he died at the General Hospital. Then there is the last one before the date, August 2014. There is a deceased, years as resident is 3 months, and the diagnosis was schizophrenia, and physical was retroviral disease and TB.
My lady.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mr. Van
Yes,
Bergen.
I was just looking at, yes.
I just, it really is, I'm a bit lost, and I don't know if I've got the wrong page. So I've got 52371, but I'm not quite seeing what Mr. Van Bergen is
That is the correct page. If you can just listen to what he's referring to the witness.
Yes, it is the correct page. What I'm emphasizing here, Ms. Hassan, is the time, or I'm looking in the context of Professor Robertson's mention of 1 month as a particularly vulnerable period, and most of the deaths had occurred within 6 months. So I'm doing my best to compare like with like in these circumstances. So I'm identifying patients with the number of cases who died within 1 month and who died within 6 months.
Thank you.
If one goes through that, and one can check for oneself, but within 6 months, there were 3 deaths at Witpoort. Prof, I don't know if you had a look and then whether you confirm.
I confirm.
And if one looks at page 52373, and without looking at each of the cases individually, there were 5 deaths within 6 months from April 2013 to March 2014.
You said 5 deaths.
5 deaths.
Where were they?
If you look at the second deceased on the list.
Yes, that's 6 months.
Yes, the third one is 40 days.
Yes.
The 1 June was 19 days.
Yes.
And then in December 2013, the third one was 4 months.
That's correct.
And that's the last one.
So there's 4 days within 3 months, within 6 months.
I miscalculate it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 5 because the second one under April 2013 is 6 months.
Yes.
Then number 2 is 40 days.
Yes.
Number 3 is 19 days.
Correct.
Number 4 is 4 months.
That's right.
And number 5 is 6 months.
This one in 6 months. Okay, I missed that one.
Now, Prof, it's probably a completely unscientific question, but do you find any value in these?
I think there is a hand here, Mr. Govender.
Thank you, my lady. My apologies for interrupting my colleague. My lady, perhaps the witness could step away for a moment.
Please do.
My lady, I must say I'm particularly constrained to raise this objection because I know that we are pressed for time. I'd like clarity, my lady. Is Mr. van Bergen now attempting to have Professor Robertson conduct the analysis of the deaths at Life Esidimeni as against post-transfer within the confines of these proceedings? Because if that is what we are trying to achieve, I would submit that it's not fair to this witness to do it now in these circumstances. I believe that that kind of analysis requires proper time and information, and to give her the opportunity to do this properly. So perhaps Mr. van Bergen can clarify that for me.
Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. The question that I put to the professor was, can she extract any value from this? And it's up to her to say whether she can or not. I'm not trying to put it within a specific framework. If she says no, this is also meaningless, then that is so. If she says no, there is some value to be found, then she can explain what it is.
Yes, Ms. Govender.
And if she feels that she needs more time and she wants to do a proper investigation, well, that is subject to the court allowing it.
Yes, my lady, I think that the difficulty here is I don't believe that the witness is aware that she has the opportunity to do so. She's being asked these questions, I would submit, under highly pressurized circumstances. And I don't think that that's entirely fair, not only to her, but to this process. Her ladyship will recall that yesterday I specifically asked whether this analysis was done, and it's common cause that it wasn't done. So attempting to do so on whatever basis at this juncture, I would submit is really unfair, and I object to this. My lady, I see that Ms. Hassan has her hand raised.
Just before I go to Ms. Hassan, can I also hear others who have got the same concerns as Ms. Govender? I've noted you, Ms. Hassan. Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, shortly, I totally agree with Ms. Govender. We've been hearing about the statistics and the rate of death now for many minutes, and it's taking us absolutely nowhere, except for one small little leg in this centipede's body. I don't think Mr. van Bergen should waste more time on this aspect with this witness, as she had testified that she didn't do an analysis. And even if she gets the opportunity to do an analysis, I don't think, in the light of all the evidence, that it will assist the court in any way to come into a finding of whether somebody or who was responsible for the death of the deceased.
Thank you. Ms. Asim? Oh, there is Mr. Sibara. You can go first, Mr. Sibara.
I think, my lady, we do not need to lose track of causation. And this court is seized with, if I'm not mistaken, my lady, over 144 deceased mental health care users, with only 36 with postmortem reports. I think it would be fair to this witness, my lady, to stick to those particular persons, to avoid a situation where we would go and tap into issues which this court is not going to decide upon. In particular, the death of mental health care users who died at the time whilst they were still at life Esidimeni. I think that is my view, because this witness has been sitting here since yesterday. My senior is trying to have a comment on the death or the statistics of persons who passed on at life Esidimeni, which, in my view, is not even relevant for this inquest and for the purpose of this inquest, for the purpose of establishing this inquest, my lady. And even the persons of interest who were appointed in this inquest, the inquiry is not broadened into a scope that it covers life Esidimeni persons who died. And to squeeze this witness to comment on those people, I agree with Advocate Govender that it is equivalent to asking a stone to donate blood.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. Ms. Asim?
Thank you, my lady. I just thought I would inform the court that the witness has looked at these tables when it was uploaded at by Ms. Govender's team. They put these tables up, and then in the course of cross-examination, there was a point made about that more people, the deaths are normal, it's normal.
Yes,
and then that was Ms. Mahlangu's point, right? That what happened, the Life Esidimeni project, and those deaths were normal. And I think that what
I've noted you, Ms. Govender.
And I think that if you're going to say that, then there should be an opportunity. The comment was that the same number of people died at Life Esidimeni. So I think if that is going to be said, then it should be allowed to be corrected if it can be, number one. Number two, I don't think that it's entirely unrelated to cause of death, because we're not talking about the specific people on these on the Esidimeni tables. It's more about the circumstances. So what happens, what Professor Robertson has said is there's an immediate period where, it's risky and the stabilization is required. So I would say, provided it takes too long, that we allow Mr. van Bergen to go through this. And also to ask the witness whether she wants to say anything about it or not, or whether she feels that she's capable of answering the questions. I do know, and that's what I just want to alert the court to, that she's read it.
Yes, but remember her evidence was that the investigation regarding the deaths prior to the transfers, right, was not done. So I think that is the reason that is the reason why Ms. Govender is saying this. So yeah, now, if that was
these slides, these tables, right? And it's quite right. There was no analysis done of mortality at Life Esidimeni. Correct. Yes. But now that these are here, there's some information I think that we could glean from it, and it wouldn't be about mortality rate, because that will require statistical analysis and more time from the witness. But I think it goes more to number of deaths. That's what I wish to say. It's in the hands of the court. But I also wanted the court to know that the witness has looked through these quite closely already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Ms. Govender?
Yes, thank you, my lady. Just one point of correction. It was not the proposition that Ms. Matlangu had said that this was ordinary. It was the proposition that she had been told by Dr. Namela that these death rates were ordinary. My lady, I persist with what I've said. I'm not going to rehash it in the interest of time, and I'll leave it in the hands of the court.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the question I put to the witness, well, it wasn't really a question. I invited her, if there was anything that she thought was of value that she could contribute from these tables, then she could do so. So I'm not forcing her to do anything. If she says, no, I can't, it's up to her. So she is really in a position, she is the person who must say whether it's fair or unfair to ask this of her. But it's an open-ended question which she can answer or decline to answer.
But what is it saying to the court? Because we have been told that investigations were not done with regard to the deaths at Life Esidimeni prior to the transfers. That is exactly what the point that Ms. Govender and the others are raising.
Well, lady,
where are these questions taking us?
Well, lady, the point is that there are, I'm sorry, I see that I have 5 minutes left in my meeting.
Yes, I also see that myself.
Nothing like an axe over one's head. My lady, the reason I'm asking her to, or inviting her to comment, it arises from reference to the 1 month and 6 month periods.
Okay, that I understand.
Where there were a large number of deaths at the NGOs. And I'm referring her to these Life Esidimeni periods and looking at the same time period and the number of deaths, and I'm asking her, is there anything of value that she can say or comment on? And it's up to her. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, my lady, but it is something that may assist the court ultimately.
Yeah, I think the witness, she has already answered with regard to the questions that you have asked her. Perhaps after that, then you can just continue with the other questions. We leave it that at rest.
My lady, I have no further questions. This is the last issue that I'm going to address. So if she wants to say something, that's going to be the end of the matter.
All right, that's fine. Where is the witness? As we're waiting for the witness, I see the time now, and this thing is now warning us to say we're left with 5 minutes. I don't know, Ms. Hasim, how do you intend to concluding your re-examination if you have the so-called re-examination?
I only have a couple of questions at this point in re-examination, my lady, so I won't be long.
I don't know what's going to happen because this is now warning us to say we're left with 5 minutes in the meeting. And
my lady, my view would be we should not be dictated by Microsoft.
All right, I don't know what's going to happen because I don't know. It has never happened before, that's why. All right, where is the witness? I don't want you to be staying on these questions because I think the evidence is on record, isn't it, Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes. Well, lady, can we just get an answer from her whether she...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Let's get an answer and then we lay to rest. Yes. Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
I don't see the witness, my lady.
Yes, the problem is on your side, I think.
If she's there, then I will proceed.
I'm here.
Right.
Here, counsel.
Sorry,
I can see you.
Oh, there I can see you now. Thank you. Prof, I don't know if you recall, I invited you, if there is anything that you wish to comment on, then to do so.
Yes. So there is actually, and so what we can get from here, it's important not to just look at the numbers of deaths within the 6 months as you have highlighted, but to look at that number against the total number of deaths. Okay. So you've always got to have this comparator or denominator group. So in our statistical analysis, out of the 131 deaths that we analyzed, the article that we published in a peer-reviewed journal. So this excludes those 13 deaths from moves. So it's the 131 deaths. We found that 92 of those 131 happened within the first 6 months after transfer. So 70% of the deaths occurred in the first 6 months after transfer. If you'd like to see that, that's on page 7883.
Yes.
Okay, so in the paragraph above, so on the left-hand side, where it says survival rates of the cohort, in the paragraph above that, we've written most deaths, and then in brackets, 70%, number equals 92, occurred within the first 6 months of the user being transferred. And the first 2 months were highest risk. Okay. So the denominator there is the number of deaths in total, and the numerator is the number of deaths within the first 6 months, multiplied by 100 to give a percentage. So you've got 70% of the deaths were in the first 6 months. If we go back to D9, and I'll give you the page number again. It's 52367. Okay, so we would have to count the total number of deaths. So from 52367 through to 52373. In total for all those 3 years, there were, from my count, 67 deaths. Okay, so we can count it together if we like. We go to 52367 and 368 for that 1 year, from October 2012 to September 2013. There's 19 deaths. And one of them was within the first 6 months of transfer. So we would divide 1 by 19. I think that would give us 5% of the deaths were within the first 6 months of transfer. Go to the second one, D10.
I'm going to interrupt. I don't think that was the intention, Mr. van Bergen, for her to analyze this now, isn't it? You are muted, Mr. Van Bergen. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just a second. Yes.
I'm sorry, my lady. I don't know how that happened. I left it open, my lady. I'm not prescribing to her what to do. If she, if the prof believes that this is what is important or is of assistance to your ladyship, then I'll leave it to her. But
okay, no, it's fine. She can finish.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it is of assistance, my lady, to understand the impact or the link with transfer.
Yes.
And in fact, I've looked at this evidence before. So this first page from Waverley was 19 deaths, with one being within 6 months, and that's 5%.
Mm.
The next year that they did gave us from Witpoort Care Centre, D10, 52371. I think it was 25 deaths, if I'm not mistaken.
25.
25.
Mm.
3 of which were in the first 6 months.
Sorry, I think it's 22, Prof. It's for the period April 2014 to March 2015. That's page 52371.
Okay. And there's 52372 as well, part of that same year.
Yes, but no, that's May 2015.
Oh, you're correct. Okay, absolutely correct. So that made 3 out of 22, which would come to 7%. Isn't that right? Or a bit more. 3 out of 22, we can divide it, and we can come to a percentage.
Yes. So that will be 22 by 3.
So it's 3 deaths out of a total of 22.
Yes.
And that comes to 13.6%. So in that year, from April 2014 to March 2015, at Witpoort, 13.6% of the deaths were within the first 6 months of transfer. And this next page, over the page, 52373, we have 5 deaths within 6 months of transfer, and the total number of deaths was 23.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And that would come to 21.7% of the deaths were within the first 6 months of transfer. So all of them, so the highest was the 21.7%. But we found in the sample, the cohort transferred out of Life Esidimeni.
Come again?
That we found in the cohort, the out of those who were transferred from Life Esidimeni during this project, that of the 131 deaths, 70% was within the first 6 months of transfer. So the difference is quite stark. It's quite dramatic. You've got a difference of 50%, which was within the first 6 months of transfer. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan.
My lady, may I have just 1 minute to confer with my team before I begin?
Yes, you can.
Won't be long. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. don't see the witness. Thank you. All right, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Afternoon, Professor Robertson.
Good afternoon, Council.
I have actually only two questions really to put to you. The first is in relation to these numbers of death that are in these tables that you've just gone through. And my question is whether this information that you've been providing the court in these tables that you've looked at, whether that would change or have any impact on the conclusions that you reached in your analysis in the SAMJ article.
It doesn't change the conclusions that there was a large proportion of the deaths were related to the transfer. So that how does that work? Sorry. But it helps us understand that these deaths, 70% of deaths within 6 months, is excessive. It's far in excess of what one would expect from the services we have been using for many years.
Right. Okay. So the answer is it would not change.
It does not change the analysis that we did. Yeah. That the transfer, yeah, basically the transfer to a lower level of care it's that transfer process and those few months after transfer which were crucial.
Okay, thank you. The second question I have, and final question, is in relation to the strike at Takalani. You were taken to your letters again by Advocate Profi. And I just wanted to confirm that the strikes took place in March 2016. Is that correct?
So I became aware of the strikes in April, but it looked like they took place in March from the letters.
Right. So, and that was confirmed by
the letter.
By
the evidence, yes, that council provided.
Right. And then you only became aware of it in April, as you say. And then the question that was asked to you about, you know, the line in the letter where you say it was resolved, that was in May, right?
Yes.
So it was March when was the strike, April you became aware, and May was when you were told it was resolved.
And that was the knowledge that I had been given, which I think those emails are also part of the evidence that it had been resolved.
Okay. My lady, I have no further questions. Thank you, Professor Robertson. The court may have questions for you, but from our side, thank you.
Yeah, I think she has been sitting in this inquest for quite some time. I'm looking at the time. I don't think I've got questions for you. Thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you. You are therefore excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my lady, as it pleases the court.
I just want to find out now as to how perhaps we should convert this into just for 5-10 minutes a case management meeting. Nelisiwe, if you can just, are you there?
Yes, Judge, I'm here. I just stopped the recording.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want you to tell us. Yes, this was our last witness in this inquest. Perhaps we should now figure out as to now, given that this was our last day for this term, how are we going to go about in relation to the issue of heads and the time frames, so that one can know as to when the matter can be argued whether you still want to argue the matter in court or we can proceed the way you wanted us to proceed and all those. If we can quickly deal with those. Mr. Late, you want to go first?
Thank you, my lady. Just for a practical sake, so that your ladyship, or so that your ladyship is not drowned by heads of argument who only repeat the same contents. I would suggest that as a matter of practicality, that the people who are of the opinion that evidence has been heard by this court, that a specific person or persons, in terms of paragraph D on the J88, or the not the J88, on the inquest record. In other words, whether somebody is responsible or criminally responsible for the death of each of the deceased, that those people provide head of arguments ahead of those who do not hold such a